Go into oblivion. Don't just sacrifice everything you have. Stay focused on your breath. Think about how you as an individual and nature are actually one thing. Don't you think that a certain part of dinosaur skeletons are the way they are because you're so feeble-minded? Keep repeating to yourself, life makes a difference, life makes a difference. Your brain is now energized by the self. In pre-colonial South America, a dim-witted gnome once approached a tired, old witch and asked her, "Tell me, my dear witch, how come you are so liked, you who were just a tired, old witch?" The answer to that is, "Because I try to make sure that every person I meet feels liked as well," replied the witch. After hearing this, the gnome became sure that the witch had put some sort of enchantment on him, and after considering the insight for a long time, he never spoke to a witch again. Through comparison, we climax. Keep on breathing. Forget the fact that with weak personalities come weak geniuses. If you join the global war against COVID-19, hurt a large person. Doesn't it make sense that comfortable thoughts can become painful if we learn to think outside the box? Try to be kind. It takes a lifetime of money to become talented at laughing. To achieve the right state, remember these words of wisdom: inspirational quotes make you good. Repeat this to yourself: I am intelligent, I am intelligent, I am intelligent. If you are not worrying about problems, you are underestimating what problems is about. A brave philosopher once approached a crazy, old queen and asked her, "Why is it so that you are so beloved, you who were just a crazy, old queen?" "I will tell you why. That is because I always ensure that all the people I meet with feel..."
All right. Pretty good there. Kingcraft, how you doing? Natalie, how you doing? I got the low quality Luigi hat. My hair is at that point where it looks super good and is super long on just the sides. Luigi, we'll cover that. The receding Luigi. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we shouldn't have ads at all, Kingcraft. You might still get pre-roll, but that's supposed to not happen when I run an ad at the beginning, and then the rest of it should just be disabled based on the tags. We're pretty sure. But I just have the bot self-post to double check. I'm really curious what the parameters are for the ads, but yeah, nothing to worry about. It's only expert rated in my opinion. Yeah, we'll take a look at it here in just a sec. I feel like I'm still missing something. Let's see here. Oh yeah, my little level viewer thingy. Here we go. That's what I'm missing. Is your hardest level to you? Well, let's take a look. Shoot, Y46, NY9, and what's my average viewers? It fluctuates a lot, but especially since Mario Maker started falling off. Actually, let's go look at it. You're live. I'm really glad that Twitch gives you a little header that says you're live. Analytics overview. Let's pull it up here. There's an average of 4.5. Ooh, $10 over 31 hours. That is small quarters. Can we tell this a long time? Tell this last 6 months. About 5. Yeah, looks like about 5. They changed how they measure some of the metrics recently with lurkers, and I don't know if they retroactively applied that at all. But I know that we were doing pretty good, and then things really started to slide. Yeah. Ooh, I'm rich. $400? Over 1,000 hours? Oh, don't do the math. It'll make me sad. All right. You're obsessing over wine? The Linux wine or the, or some other wine? Camera, there we go. That one's working. Light looks wrong on this one. Oh, I know why. I turned the lights on and off, and it switched the light color. I know why. Go. Now it looks right. I like that warm light. That's 45 cents an hour. Penny a minute. Ooh. Almost as good as picking up change in the road. The Linux one. Wine is not an emulator. So do you get really happy when people point out that acronym doesn't make any sense? Okay, the 8th most recent one. Go to upload it. I'm getting there. Sorry, we just started. And I had a bunch of issues getting set up, but I think we're all good now. Had a bunch of issues coming on here. Your 8th newest? What was the name of it? Play my level called Bowser and His Keys. Bowser's Red Coins. It's under this one. Is it Bowser's Red Coins? 2, 3, 4, 5, 8? It's Bowser's Red Coins. Ah, that's different than Key. Fun hard level, 4 coins, no checkpoints. Well, checkpoints never gonna hurt you. One's too yellow now, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. Now I can't remember what color my light's supposed to be. White? Yeah, that looks right. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop touching it now. 2.7%. Yeah, that falls firmly into expert. Yeah, I think a little over 1%, like 1.5% or something, to like 4% is expert. I don't remember the exact parameters. Oh my god. Yikes. Now, you wouldn't happen to be under 18, would you? Because I don't want to say anything really inappropriate for children. Okay, spin jump. I guess we'll ride him back. Oof. You're almost 18, but it says you have to be 18 to watch. Did you miss that? Or wait, what's the age restriction thing on Twitch? It might be 17. Hang on. Gosh, 17 years old. You don't know that when a porn site asks you if you are 18 or older, you have to click that you're 18. Oh, who is it here? Yeah, I think the content warnings tell you have to be 18. Wow. Let's see. You're 18 on April. Oh, that feels so bad. Oh man. Marginal. Let's see. Ban for April is in 2 months. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave that one alone. That's so close that it's marginal. But this level has the earmarks of something made by a small child. I fogged my glasses up giggling. Snake blocks are not very fun. Snake blocks are not a very fun experience generally, especially when the snake block's goal seems to be to push the player off. Oh, is there a tag that says leftism in there? Dear B. Racer, how you doing tonight? Did I put that in there? The leftism will continue until morale improves. I don't feel like I did that, but it sounds like something I would do. It looks like something I would have done, especially the capitalization that's in there. It was probably after somebody bitched about it at some point, and then I completely fucking forgot that I put it in there. Oh my god, I have to turn the heat up. I'm distracted. You finished high school 1 semester early. That is actually pretty cool. I didn't finish high school. Because I was just a little bit homeless at the time. The littlest bit homeless. Fucking hot in here. Killing me. Yeah, it went and got all warm in outside. Yeah, real warm outside today. My heater off. Here we go. Riding them back. Drink some water. When you redeem, it's more expensive now. You gotta watch more if you want to make me drink all that water. Oh man, it's a rough level. For somebody who put in the effort to graduate early, you should put in the effort into playing more Mario Maker levels and more Mario levels so you have a good idea of what people are expecting. Because this is rough. This is a pretty bad level so far, bud. Yeah, that's another reason why it's flagged as 18 only, 18 plus. Because I don't think children should really hear about. They should hear some 38-year-old guy talking about how he's pretty happy with Luigi Mangione, student healthcare CEO. Yeah, if you're gonna do kind of a meandering snake block like that, at the very least, try to label where it's going rather than yeah, fucked up and evil mechanics. Thanks. Go back to Mario Maker school. That video link there, the first video there from Steve, really great overview on just getting an idea of how to structure a traditional level. If your goal is to make, you know, fucked up and evil levels that are like mean to the player, okay, no way to interpret what was going on there. There's a whole community for that. But the idea is usually the player is kind of in on the joke. The idea is the player, even in like the nastiest troll level, if you want it to be a decent experience, should be able to anticipate what you are subjecting them. Rather than bad thing happens and you, I guess, laugh. Hypothetically. No one should be killed, but I'm not complaining that they were. Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated thing, but I have a tendency to, hyperbole for comedy, blah, blah. I ride him? What's he doing? Oh, no, he just fucks with me the other way. At least there's a mushroom. Out of curiosity, do you think SMB2 Lost Levels is funny? No, dude. Lost Levels? SMB2 JP is literally like a fucking shitty Timmy Kaizo hack of SMB1. I recognize that it was the beginning, right? That it was the beginning of the DAO.
The DAO!
I recognize that it was the beginning, right? Of Nintendo making platformers, and that they were experimenting. and that you can't really argue, like, level design before level design really existed, but it fucking sucked. There's a red coin up there? There's a red coin up somewhere I can't get to? Antho, thanks for dropping a level in the queue. How you doing tonight? Yeah, I wonder how much of that low clear percent is due to people moving on after not being able to find a totally hidden coin. That's supposed to be a P jump? Yeah, it must have been. And there must be another one up here. There we go. And that's the whole thing. Wow. I went back in the door. Trying to kick the P. Yeah, tough stuff. Tough times. Yeah, nothing you were doing there is that it's a Timmy level. It's a Timmy level. Nothing you were doing there was really any fun or fleshed out into a full concept. It was just kind of all plopped down there. Yeah. Yeah, there was I'm trying to think if there was anything redeeming there. You could build out a level around like traversal on thwomps, that kind of thing. But you still want the player to kind of be able to expect what you're doing. People will indicate the direction a thwomp is going to go a little bit sometimes, but you can also indicate it by just having spikes behind them, so the player knows, oh, they're going to go the other way, or an arrow, or anything. Indicating where secrets are, or vital red coins to the player with something like a coin trail leading the player up there. Yeah, just, man. Yeah, keep trying the mechanics. Keep trying to iterate on a single idea rather than grabbing ideas, sticking them down, and moving on. Nothing really came together or felt like a coherent level. And even if your goal isn't to make really traditional levels, you still want the goal to be something that the player understands. Rather than just, here's some stuff I stuck down. Yeah, Bishuid Racer. That's pretty much... It's harder for me to think it's funny because it's such a bad experience playing through SMB 1 JP. I've been meaning to go back through it because I also kind of hate SMB 1's physics. I've been playing back through Super Mario Bros. For Lost Players, which uses SMB 1 physics in Super Mario World, and it's neat. It's a really neat game, but I just kind of hate Super Mario Bros. 1, which I think biases me a little bit too. Feels like a first level, right? Which is what's crazy, because if we keep scrolling down, look how many other levels there are. Look at how many they made. It looks like they've only been going... Oh, no, that's 2024. No, they've been going for a while. Yeah, if anything, Kingcraft, I would say spend more time playing levels and try to feel out what feels good. Like what you like in levels and what feels literally a pick a path. Yep. Like, do you play a level where you have to pick a path, and then you think that was really fun? Because if you do, you're wrong. You're very wrong. Antho, let's see what you got, bud. 5-2, WP8. Okay. Do. Wow. The Dow. Over 50K. VF. It literally won't stop. It won't stop running around in my head. Now that I made this weird little button with fucking Pam Bondi's horrible face on it, you know where I was going. I got myself. I see it and I think about it and I can't get away from it. You don't play online. That's what your mind can come up with. Yeah, just playing a little bit, actually, here, let me pop in here real quick just so it's on the list. But playing a little bit, just go to Popular Courses can give you a little tiny bit of an idea what people are looking for. You can look at Popular Expert and see what other well-liked expert courses look like. Endless is a real crapshoot. I guess I've never really thought about it, but if you only played Endless, you might be like, no, people make levels like this all the time. But this really is kind of a dumpster fire. So was the Popular Courses, but you can drill down a little bit. Podoboo's Castle 2. What's the clear rate on this? 5 out of 205. Hard timing and precision level. Okay. About 2%. 0.5%. Drinking the water. I don't inherently hate precision, but this immediately looks like something I'm gonna hate. Okay, it's clear here. Visually, I really like when safe areas are well indicated. But, oh, I guess it's pretty well indicated by where the actual tracks are, and I'm just ignore me. Okay, that's not as tight as I thought it was. I thought I was going to spend a lot of time fighting the drag, but no, that wasn't bad at all. That was. I think just jump once and then pull left. Probably jump on the left once and hold left. Yeah, even if you like Mario Maker for making levels more than playing levels, then other Mario games that you've played can be a really helpful guiding light. I don't think everybody needs to make traditional levels. I don't think everybody needs to fit exactly into that box. Control levels have ruined me. The clapping just feels sarcastic. I definitely don't want to go under when the outer ones are up. Oh man, what's having a little bit of trouble reading out when the least stupid time to go through here is. Maybe right in the middle there, because I stop in the middle? Maybe I don't need to stop in the middle. Maybe I just go. No, I definitely need to stop in the middle. That is when I want to go. I just want to stop in the middle and then follow that one back down. Record. 2.5 minutes? 2.5 minutes long? 2.5 minutes long like this? Boy, do I hope we have some checkpoint. That is that 2.5% clear rate? Maybe judged up a little bit by somebody who's really good at precision stuff. 52 is your time? Okay, no, it's somebody. Fast and clear was still a little slow. That still sounds kind of long for this. Let's see here. Madly, I didn't even see the over 9,000. I just immediately assumed 50,000. Oh. I feel like if I spent time on Twitter, I would have. That somebody has to have made that. Somebody has to have done it. Little scouter on Gambondi. Okay. Stopping in the middle wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be either. Like this one. I wish this would kill that guy. Ugh. Okay, no, we just run through. Oh good, there is a checkpoint. Yeah, visually I'm struggling a little bit with the Podoboos. I'm glad there was a checkpoint. With the Podoboos on tracks, just felt busy, but we got through it without too much trouble. I do think that the Podoboo colors and the track blocks and the colors in the palette of this theme specifically, that it does get a little visually messy with everything kind of being red, yellow, brown. Esports. Oh, but you could probably temper some of that with just no, I guess the backgrounds are all pretty much just brown for this. Those sync up? You know, I'd never really noticed that before. That big things coming out of red pipes don't do that weird, like, pushing out a hard shit animation that they do in slower pipes. Does how long a large object spends getting pushed out change based on the type of pipe you use? It's weird. Oh, little indicator for the safe spot. That's nice. That room I like. That room read a lot easier for me. And this is the kind of thing, Kingcraft, if you're still there, talking about iterating, is the one idea that the creator here had was dodging Podoboos, and they found a bunch of different ways to use them, coming up, coming down, coming out of pipes, on tracks, to kind of take the idea and work with it, retool it into different experiences while still having a same concept. Panicked. Pipe color changes it. You learned it working on a certain level, a certain long level. Yeah, like, I know you can have big stuff come out of pipes. I know that big stuff shakes. I just never looked at them next to each other and thought about it and realized, like, oh man, that weird wiggle animation is specific to pipe colors. Now I want to put a bunch of them next to each other and see what it looks like. Oh yeah, the Luigi butthole level. Nice level. Oh my god. Taking a pass? Taking a piss? I swear it was butthole, wasn't it? Didn't we come out of his butthole? Wasn't that the end of the level? Yeah, I do really wish that we got, in addition to the world record, that we got the creator time on the screen there. It'd be a really nice thing to have on the pause screen. I knew it was buttholes. Yikes. Yeah, this was a little tougher to parse, but it wasn't too bad to get through. Yeah, I guess them falling back down was giving me a little trouble. Not a problem. Not a problem. I hope there's another checkpoint. Rotate Luigi 90 degrees, call the level Goatsy. You know, I bet that's not on Nintendo's filter, but if they are still doing manual moderation, especially manual moderation run by Japanese people, I feel like somebody's gonna get so mad. Oh yeah, specifically, Antho, what I was curious about was if the jiggle animation, that weird wiggle, is longer or if it just starts at different delays, because I didn't realize the red one doesn't do it at all. So if that animation runs for longer, or if that animation doesn't run at all. Runs for longer or doesn't run any longer at all. It just starts at a different time. Because I think you can interact with things that are partially out of the pipe in that state too. I'll mess around with it in the editor right after this. That's neat. I'm pretty curious now. I don't understand those arrows, but I think I can duck under these guys, right? Oh, you're indicating for me to let off on holding down. Okay. 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 Am I an idiot, or is that really hard to parse out what the fuck I'm supposed to do there? It must be just kind of jumping rope over the Podoboos. And then under the smaller ones. Does this do anything cool if I just keep hitting this? The light Z should not touch. Yeah, should reliably. Heidi's playing Little Nightmares. Heidi went back. She finished Little Nightmares. She was playing Little Nightmares 2 on the Steam Deck. So I don't know why she went back to Little Nightmares on the Switch. I think she was getting frustrated with something. She said she was going to ask me for help, but then I was starting stream. Okay. Yeah, I feel like jump rope section up there, the second section, the upper part of this screen, maybe doesn't need falling icicles. The danger of jumping too high is probably more than enough. We'll see, though. I know you don't want the, well, you don't want the player to go backwards, but you're going to die if you go backwards either way, I feel. No, I'm bad at it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think maybe I'll let off run. Maybe I'll let off run. That'll make it a little bit more approachable. That's tough. That is a very tough segment. That is significantly tougher than the other things that we've seen so far. I don't know if it's tough enough to feel really out of place or busted. I'm gonna let off Y. Oh my god. It probably looks a little easier than it is, but it's really hard for me to get a good feel for how I'm gonna move through that effectively. Probably doesn't look as hard as this. Say it backwards. Anyway. Hold R. Too long. I need more coffee. Now it's over 50,000. Yeah. Huh. I almost wish they could continue off screen rather than looping up and down there. I think visually that's what's making it tough for me here. Let me the scribbler here. That chunk and that chunk are making it harder for me to process how I'm going to get started and how I'm going to stop. And I kind of wish that the track instead continued off. It should still work off screen. And then I guess this could go up and not be a part of the equation there. Oh, then you'd want to move this one. Oh, yeah, and it would be tough if that one went over the pipe. Okay. But I do feel like that awkward bump there, it doesn't make it too hard to get into, but it did. I got completely lost figuring out how the hell I was going to get through there at the end. Nowhere to wait if it goes straight off screen. Yeah, nowhere to wait for the big one. You'd have to wait lower or create a spot for the player to stand. held Y. Okay, there we go. Don't make me do more stuff. Oh shit, let me record that. I don't want to die and go back and do that again, but I do want to see that. Did you use a platform traveling across there to create basically a low... Really clever. You did, yeah. The platform allowed you to create a staggered pipe dump there. Same way that forcing the player to do it with the camera would do. That's really neat. I guess that would be pretty limited to just red pipes for the most part. Well, I guess you could do it with the other ones with a lot more work probably. It's very neat. I hate this. I really hate this being after that last section that I just got through. I really, really want another checkpoint. Oof. This would be a great opportunity maybe to split these into little red coin rooms. So the player could do each room and then save with a reusable checkpoint. So I think you're right on the edge of like casual high difficulty, where it's still really, really approachable, and it would benefit you to just... Well, I mean, it would benefit you if Mario Maker was very active to, give us more checkpoints. Ow. I feel like at this point it's kind of niche or it's nothing, right? Yeah, clear checking this month would suck ass. Thank God for the checkpoints we do have. I really hate it when people don't put checkpoints in their level because they don't want to clear check it again. Like, hey, guess what? Neither do I. Drink some water? Yeah, see, now you gotta wait. Which would be nice because I'm never going to take a little sip. I'm going to take a big swig. Can't help myself. I have to pee 40 times every stream. No why, just... You have the indicator there, and I just noticed it. Oh, I hate myself. Okay, there we go. And that is a very clever mechanism for staggering the Podoboos. Boy, do I wish we had. Yeah, one of the things that I think helps stuff like Celeste end up being like almost like Kaizo propaganda, where you accidentally get indoctrinated into a significantly more difficult thing than like a lot of people would say Celeste looks too hard if they're watching it, but if you play it, you're like, oh, I can do this. And the biggest thing there was every single room was a checkpoint, and you respawn insanely fast. Not much we can do about the spawn time. But red coin rooms can help you get a lot more out of just the 2 checkpoints you have. Especially if Mario Maker was still real popular. That would help. I would say that would help. It matters a lot less now. I let go run and then I panicked. Ugh. I think I must have held it for too long. Okay, didn't hold it for long enough. Oh, I guess if you re-grab it, get a little bit of hover out of it. Seems like a lot, though. Yeah, this segment is definitely a pain point. The segment right after too, with the alternating stuff, that feels novel and feels doesn't feel as tough as that is. I wish I had another checkpoint. Oh, that was on me a little bit. Oh. I'm losing it. I'm falling off. My cube pulled up here. I held run at first, and then I carried some momentum. I looked at the teleprompter right as I was moving through there, and the two messages that were exactly over Luigi there was yuck and butthole. Okay, recovered it, held Y for a little bit, then I pulled it back. Hesitated. I'm catching that a lot. Yeah, I really feel like we don't need falling icicles there. I feel like you have a lot of threats there already, that it would actually be okay if the player just stopped and did a little jump rope for a sec. They would not gain any advantage over the difficulty of that little segment. God, I wish we died faster in Mario Maker. I remember if it was you, Madeline, or Casey, but leaving the batteries on did deplete them. I found the button. They're gone. It's done now. No more weird lights with the button that barely works. I didn't even know that was in there. So I accidentally pushed it. You know, I feel like if I just walked, I could keep moving. Yeah, I am getting a little annoyed with having to do that stretch before we get to reattempt this segment each time. I wonder if I could just book it. You know what? I'm going to try it. I'm going to see if I can just one cycle that by running. By holding left and going. I am tired of bonking my head there. Sports. Nope. Nope. Figured it was worth a shot. Oh, it's worth 2 shots. Because if it were me, I would try to get something that worked really well and then accidentally discover, oh, actually, if I just hold right, I can get through the whole thing. And then boom, you accidentally have a much easier way to deal with it. Yeah, getting annoyed. That last room is the end. We'll take a look at the viewer here. Yeah, good experience overall. Interesting concept for a precision level. I thought it might work if I did just that, but I think we could stop and then go on that last one and cut a bunch of work out. It's exactly one too long to not just let me buzz on through. Oh. Impatient. Oh, man. Yeah, it almost works. Almost works and I want it. Can't hold run there. Aw, I went a little late, and then I didn't make it through. Opened up on the wrong level viewer. Pull it up. Ready to take a peek at it here in a sec. One more good shot where I get to that room. Take one more try. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that 2.6%. That was some shit. I'm guessing you had high skill precision player. Maybe a very high skill precision player chased around the world record for a while. Got a bunch of clears, but and ended up juicing the clear percent. That would be my guess. Because this feels way tougher than 2%. This feels like I would expect it to be a little under 1%. Oh, what if I hit it at a run? Nope, that is not it. Then I'm too far ahead. One more. Elite players for the moment. Clear rate is too high. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I would have to actually try and do that correctly, but at least I could help bring the clear rate down. Let's take a look at the viewer and see what was left. Hopefully that was the last room. Yeah, it looks like it was. Yeah, that was the last room. Yeah, we were right there. We were so close. We kissed that last fireball. Yeah, good stuff overall. Yeah, this room. Oh yeah, you didn't do too much in the subworld, so you have more room to play with. Oh yeah, you have lots more room to play with one way or the other. Yeah, I feel like a little bit different approach with those that last fireball jump rope thing there would significantly reduce the difficulty in a way that would make it easier to do repeatedly. I don't think it's absolutely terrible. We definitely figured out the right wiggle to get through it after a little bit, and we're able to do it somewhat consistently. But we spent a lot of time dying in that same spot, and it definitely feels significantly tougher than the rest of it. Or if, especially if you end up really unhappy with the clear rate for some reason, breaking it out into red coin segments, I think would help a lot too. Especially if you wanted to target accessibility or more players playing through it. Looking at using reusable checkpoint and red coin rooms. And actually, how many rooms did we have total? We had first room, second room, third room, fourth room, and fifth room. So we had 5 total rooms. You could very easily put each one of those rooms in a red coin room, actually. Yeah, I think I actually do think that this level would hugely benefit from an accessibility standpoint, just so that you're not spending so much time repeating segments from pivot to doing a reusable checkpoint with red coins. That said, it's not a bad experience. It's a pretty clever setup for a very, very difficult precision level, and it's tough to make a high difficulty precision experience that also doesn't suck ass or just turn into like really weird Piranha Plant precision platforming or that kind of thing. A lot of times people can't find a good way to make precise stuff harder. That found a great way to do it. You found a lot of great ways to do it. That was pretty fun. Spicy. Hey, look at that. Brought it under 2%. It's going to keep going down. Oh, yeah. Before I move on here. Actually, I don't think there's even anything else in there, is there? There is not. Mario Maker, my beloved. No ads, but no players. The number of viewers has been going down and down and down week over week too. That just keeps making me sad. Ooh, 1.6K viewers. Oh, Friday night. Somebody big's probably doing some Mario Maker. Good though. Okay. Not 3D World. You think it will be so better with red coin dungeon with 5 rooms? I think so. Yeah, I think that you could split it up so that each room would be, you would be able to checkpoint after each room and just use a reusable checkpoint. I don't think it's a catastrophe. If your difficulty target, if you feel that's your difficulty target, you do you. But I think that your accessibility, what am I doing? I think that the accessibility, it would be more accessible to more players and more enjoyable generally if there were more opportunities to checkpoint. And I also think that, yeah, I think that would be really satisfying to finish a room and then clear and then hit the checkpoint. It would make it a little easier to feel out the experience in each of the rooms too. Oops. Blue is the slowest. Esports. Blue, green, yellow, red. I should have cloned him. I can't do it even when we're testing something. Oh my god, they did do it sometimes! Look at that, you can see it back there. You can see it back there! The fact that they did that, Super Mario World, but then for like, I think, is it New Soup where they just flat out did not? Oh no, they did it for New Soup too. There are a couple of circumstances where the things that should extend like that and fix into the ground tiles just don't, and it looks fucking terrible. It looks absolutely fucking terrible, and it makes me really sad. Yeah, it is style specific. It doesn't do it for this one, but doesn't need to because of the shape of the tiles. But that makes it even worse that some of them were never fixed. That some of them were never caught and never fixed. That makes me furious. Okay, what do these guys do?
Here we go. Here we go.
Weird. That is so weird.
Here we go.
So red has no shake at all. Yellow has half as long of a wiggle animation of the pushing the turd out as the other two. And for some reason, even though blue is slower, blue and green shit at the exact same time. Like, why wouldn't they just have it for each one? Annoying. This. So aren't they partially interactive when they're coming out? They are. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, do I accidentally have an idea?
Here we go. Here we go.
I wonder if you could make an interesting little whack-a-mole thing with the slower ones. I guess you could spawn block them, so you'd have to force the player to cross back and forth.
Here we go.
It's kind of fun though. Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, if you could control the camera well enough too. How long does it take for blue to spawn in? Running. You almost get a neat wall jump out of that. So if you could
Here we go.
oh, actually if you could control it by blocking the pipes. Takes a while. But you could control it by blocking the pipes with something on tracks that was moving up. And then you could create kind of a okay, let me see here. Who spawns in right as we're coming then? You could create a situation where the player approached, like, say, a vertical shaft, and these basically created
Here we go.
one-time use wall jump opportunities for the player. Yeah. Yeah, that could be interesting too. It'd be fun to play around with. I'm gonna grab a little clip of that. Neat. Very neat. Let's see if we can get a good endless out of here. Should make a Q empty button, so people who are looking for a Q to stick it in aren't looking can see that. I can push a button, it'll change the title. But then I'll forget. Oh, actually, then I could change it back when I hit next. Yeah, I could change it back when I hit next. But then next would always revert the title after I had changed it to queue closed. Oh, Pud. Pud gets really relaxed when all the other cats are gone. Heidi's hanging out with the other two. Caleb Cools, Bowser, and One Track. (5-3) is a good sign. Maybe just a normal level. Ooh, and it's not laggy. Go. Oh, fuck off. Oh. Shit. Man, I hate dry bones in Super Mario World style. Me too, buddy. Toad is on it. He is up our ass. Luigi, that seemed really unnecessary. And those won't hurt me when you kick them, bud. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, what the hell was that downgrade, power-up downgrade transition? That was weird. Felt like we skipped it, right? Caleb Cools was the Toad, right? I should have relaxed. What are you turning around about, Mario? Yep. GG's. If multiplayer versus... I was gonna nice working, but I missed it. If multiplayer versus was like that every time I would play so much multiplayer versus, this would be like my go-to cooldown thing. That's the same way I feel about Smash too. Like so much of Nintendo shitting its own pants and being like, no, it's cool if we shit our pants. We're the company who does this. Like, if they were just better at infrastructure, if they were just better at networking. I absolutely love playing Smash. I like playing it with people in person, and now with the latency slider and the new delay mod, it's wonderful online in arenas, and it's really great to play with people in arenas who are competitive. Is fine. I like competitive, but not horrible, not degenerate, not like Wi-Fi warriors, not Steve, whose only goal is to be the nastiest little penis he can possibly be and dig and force an approach and then just the shittiest wall out every single time. And that's the only thing that they do. But running into that shit in like quick play and how bad the networking is just generally, like quick play is just insufferable. Oh god. Yeah, we're in trouble. Which Mario am I? I'm Toad. Am I Toad? Who am I? I'm Toad, okay. I'm Toad, and I don't know how I died. Because it seems like I died in the middle of a blue block. This is not a level that should show up in multiplayer versus. The fact that the spring is just stuck there too is so fucking annoying for this specifically. 3 minutes of this. Can I give up and exit for the loss? Oh, thank God. How in the fuck is Auto Mario not an exempted tag from multiplayer versus? How did that get 4 multiplayer versus matches? Auto Mario and single player. Welcome. Take a look. Sports. Imagine if anybody had followed directions. Stickly. Dropping a level in there. That was great auto. I don't understand why auto level is not exempted from multiplayer versus. It's not an amazing auto level. That's cute. That was a cute little ending. What a fucking mess that was. Yeah, what a fucking mess that was showing up in multiplayer versus. Another thing Nintendo could have fixed at any point. Different one. Change your mind? Yeah, different code. DMQ. I don't know if I've shown you this, Ian. 82H. No, let me press the button. 82HYPF. Yup. Yin. Cloud Game 2. Yeah, we liked this one. You want me to look at the other one? Oh, Casey's on it. We only have HUD, though. Hey, I filled it. Oh, he got one. Yeah, he got one. I was gonna say, I didn't see a treat fall, but he found one. We'll do the treats. You want me to take another one? Oh, okay, you can do the other one. It is time. Oh, wow. Oh, just, yep. Well, Heidi does Claw Game 1. I'll go find Claw Game 1. BB8. D6D. R3G. Oh, that's Claw Game 1? Okay. Yeah, we did that one and we didn't like it. Thanks for shouting each other out. I wanted to make a button that automatically shouted out the last chatter. So that I could be fast and get on it, but then I didn't. I didn't do it yet. It's up. I still have it up. One of those tabs that's waiting for me to interact with it or bookmark it and put it on the list. Looking for dog. Can you get the prize? I think we can. I think it'll wait 1 minute here. Wait 1 minute for the cat treats. Want to test a bot we made? What's it do? Oh. There's something gross on here. A few things. You can DM me about it and I'll take a look at it. Might do cool stuff. I like playing with stuff. Somebody posted about there. I immediately started thinking like, oh, but what if it's evil? It shows a random clip from the channel of people you shout out. Oh, that's cool, yeah. Yeah, some of you DM on Discord. My immediate thought was like, oh, but you could do any number of shady things. Oh God. Like, who would spend that much time like hanging out with somebody and talking to them to do anything like that? But that is where my brain goes. But I saw a developer posted a link to a Metroidvania game, their new project, and it just linked out to their website, which is suspicious, but not that weird. Yeah, check for needles. Where's Crackers? Heidi gave Hot Dog the taxi, the treat taxi. Yeah, calm down, you guys. We're gonna give you treats in a sec here. Hang on, Pud's being crazy. Oh. Here's Billy. Thanks for dropping something in there. Well, if this works, it's give you a command that shouts out the most recent raider. Oh, that's nice too. Chat wants Hot Fist to have Clipbot. That would be nice. Heidi said, hi, Casey. Okay. Let me push the button again. Hot fell out. Bud got excited. Heidi, it's cat time. Let's. There we go. NDI camera. Boys here. They all got their little treat taxi. Crackers, what's on your tail? What is this? Did you do a bad job wiping? Oh my god. Oh, Pud got it. I was going to say there's still one there. Oh. Now there's just a hairball. Change character to Luigi. Oh, it's got a really little hole. I gotta go cut it. It's got too small a hole. It's making a little dribbler each time. Hang on. I got a little scissors over here somewhere. I just pushed a bunch of buttons on the keyboard. I'm gonna make a big hole. There we go. Hey, Hot Dog, come here. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. He's being my little buddy all day. He was longing for the outdoors because it was getting nice out and the birds were being loud and fucking turkeys were walking by in our yard. We have some neighborhood turkeys. And they've started hanging out in our yard. And he was very eager to look at the birds. So I brought him outside in my arms and he was excited. He's a good boy. Crackers, are you going to get some? What's up with this laziness, Crackers? Crackers, come here. Crackers, keep coming. You have to keep walking towards the treats, and then you eat them, and then I don't have to lean awkwardly over the friggin' tub. Little asshole. Heidi was not interested in cat time, apparently. She just had her own private cat time. Pud let me pet him a little. Crackers licked me while I was doing it. Pud, just let me pet you while you're getting treats. Hey, don't steal it. Now, he let me pet him a little bit. Hot Dog says no. Hot Dog says no petting during treat. Come on, Hot Dog. Come here, buddy. Okay, bye, Pud. Come here. What about hands? You used to be okay with that. Yeah, he'll tolerate it. He's a little tuggy. Hot Dog came back. Come back and let us love you. Yeah, right? Eat the treat. Eat it, treat. Eat it close to the camera. Stop pulling. Let me hold your little hand. Aw, he doesn't want it. He really wants his foot back. Poor guy. Yeah, I'm close to the speaker and there are Discord noises. On my side. Isn't that annoying? I hate that when you're watching something and you fucking hear Teams noises. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm not working and it's still traumatizing. If you are in a fucking meeting, your team should be fucking muted. If you are presenting, if you are recording a video, you have to mute your teams or I get to kill you. This is an amendment I would vote for. It's not that hard. Crackers, how the fuck did you get food on your ear? Oh, you want to try for a little more? It's been 10 years. You used to work for Dunkin' Donuts. You still hear the more mobile order sounds in your beep, in your sleep. One little drop left for hot dog. Okay, he's out of here. Hot dog, what was that? Oh, not much left in here. Guess what? Drug time. Everybody get really super high because that is a lot of drugs. I gotta fill this up later. All right. Oh. Think you'll like this next one? I hope so. That would be nice. I think I missed a couple of chat messages, so let me scroll up here. And Serious Billy wants me to drink water. Few things, yep. Shout out the most recent raider, yeah. Yeah, Clipbot would be nice. Clipbot on raids would be nice. I've seen some people doing that where they pull up a clip of the person that raided them. We have some really bad clips too, so it would be really fun. Okay. Invisible mustache. We got that. Let's see if we can peel off one of the pre-cut mustaches here. Oh, okay. Wait. There's no pre-cut mustache? I took too big. I took too big a mustache. We cut so many mustaches in last time, I thought it would have cut all the way through, but I guess it didn't go that far. So we'll just have a big mustache. Oh. This counts. This counts. The other one, can the face tracking not tell where my face is when it's partially invisible? Did it stop working? I know what faces are, right? Here, now it's trying. Curly at the bottom. Does it get stuck on the face? I guess the face kind of has eyes. Don't love that the gaffer's tape sticks better to my, Oh, look, a mushroom. Just drifted to behind you? Of course it did. It might be pretty confused by the tape that is pretty stuck to one of my lips. I don't understand why it sticks better to lips than face. Oh, wait. If I get my face wet, does it stick better to that? No, it doesn't. It just likes to stick to lips. Okay, hang on. This needs to be more manageable. Ugh. There we go.
Spaghetti meatballs.
Mustache. Why did it stop giving me mushrooms? Is there a limit to how many mushrooms it'll give you? Oh, there must be a mushroom trap down there somewhere that we didn't see. That must be what it is. I have a meatball sub for dinner. I was going to have it for lunch, and then a buddy drove up and wanted to eat the food. So I put it in a box. I'm going to eat it later. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Mustache does not want to stay put, and it sounds like the tape is blocking the... Below you? Yeah, it must have been. Usually gaffer's tape sticks really good to face. I don't know why this gaffer's tape doesn't ever want to stick to my face. But this basically is a must. Oops. It's awkward to do in a backwards camera. Luigi gets an invisible mustache. Oh yeah, we were supposed to change character to Luigi. We already are. Did it. Still Luigi. It's kind of neat that the claw will retain the, Hey, thanks a lot for the follow there.
Alizasale Dum Dum has started following.
Oh, what?
Thank you.
The raid notification noise didn't play. That's crazy. Quazix, thanks a lot for the raid. Oh, there it goes. We got to follow before the raid. Silly Dum Dum, thanks a lot there for the follow. Quazix, thanks for the raid. Let's see here. Quazix Z. Nope. Nope. SO. Quaz Z. Oh, thank you for doing it faster than I could. Mario Maker 2. Were you doing viewer levels as well there? Quazix. How'd your stream go? Welcome, Raiders. Normally, I would say, hey, let's go and give the cat some treats, but I just pumped them full of treats. So what we can do is find a clip. Thanks a lot for the raid. Do that. But welcome. If you have levels, stick them in the queue. It's been pretty slow tonight. A little slow for a while. Partially viewer levels, partially cock and ball torture. What's the difference? Quazix is pronounced princess. Thank you. That's good information to have. Is that a lie? Oh, my cat's ruined the green screen over there. Hang on, let me go fix it. Yeah, we have these cats. Well, you know what? Actually, we can go do something with the cats here. We can do something with the cats. It is actually pronounced princess. Hey, you know, it's your name. You can pick the rules. Esports. Cat just jumped on me. I don't know if the stream caught that or not. Yeah, we'll go bug the cats. You guys just missed it, but we go and give the cats a treat on camera. It's like this, but with less dick and balls of this cat. Hey, buddy. But we can give him a little treat here. We'll do a little bit of hand treat. Hot dog, are you going to go in your bed finally? Go in your bed, okay? Let's scoot our butt in there, and then let's put our butt down. No, he's leaving. He's not going to do it. Well, let's give these guys some treats. Why are so many people here? Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a raid. Hey, bud, what are you doing? What are you running away for? Have a treat. He likes the liquid treats. I don't know what his deal is. And this fat one is named Crackers. He is gigantic. He's got breathing problems. Ow. Dick. I threw a treat at him. Yeah, but we do that with liquid treats, and then we make fun of the cats, and it's a lot of fun. Okay. Oh, yeah, we got a button, too. We got a button that makes more of those treats come out. It usually makes all the cats come, but they seem pretty distracted. Oh. Yeah. Drop them if you got them. Do. We did the invisible mustache, and it fell off. But it was this. We have terrible channel point rewards. Make it easier to see cat cam? Yeah, we got that. Big crackers. Speaking of cock and ball torture. Need to shove some food in me. That is what I always need to do immediately after raiding, and I always feel bad. Not that you need to feel bad. I just wish that there was a way. I wish there was a way to raid while also eating. Invisible mustache, just not sticking. I'm too greasy. But yeah, what I started saying there is it is pretty neat that it grabs the exact facing of the bullet bills when they go into the claws. The actual experience here, not great. Not great. Don't forget to drink water. Did I forget? Bronco, how you doing tonight? This camera is supposed to be the hot dog camera, but he will not come. He will not come to his little bed. I guess the least frustrating experience here is probably going to be to work these down one at a time, one or two at a time. That one should just keep refiring. Or to damage boost in that position like that. Yeah. I wonder if, I wonder if you can detect anything about what position each of the bullet bills are in the claws. It is pretty neat that it grabs them in exactly the position they were facing. It doesn't even look like it rounds it to like a cardinal direction. It looks like it retains the exact position they're in. You could almost encode data that way if you could read it in any way. Bullseye, thanks for dropping something in there. I think... Yeah, there's one in front of you after this one. Fuck. Claw jank. Let the bullet bill get caught in the claw so it drops the power up. Yeah, I guess you'd have to test for interaction on specific angles. I don't know. It's just it's really interesting that it grabs them that way, but I don't think it's useful in any way. And it kind of turns into one of those activities where it's tedious. You start looking for cheese, and then the optimal technique for getting through it ends up being cheesy and unexciting, and then it's just going to end up being a race against the clock and your own boredom, which is never really the experience you want. Hammock level with extra steps. Do it off-screenish, you walk up, okay, bullet bill in a claw, then you get close and it shoots you. Oh yeah, when they pop back out, do they pop out with the same trajectory? They do. They restart that same trajectory. So you... Okay, you could get a fun troll out of that. You could show the player how that works. And then, after you grab a bullet bill in a claw, and you take it off screen, and you show the player, like, no, it comes back, and then it'll take off in that trajectory again. I wonder if you could do that with the Mecha Koopa ones. That would be pretty funny, too. Then you could do something with that, and... just change the direction. Have another one that you caught and swap it out off screen. You could get something kind of funny with that. I'm going to find a way to make the bullet bill thing useful 20 days after Mario Maker's Online is shut down. Or, someone will figure it out to do really stupid RNG stuff that will get ruined just a couple of days later. Hey. Yeah, I mean, optimal player experience ends up just kind of being this, is slapping out each one, because I'm guessing that they're each going to be limited to 10. But it's the same kind of thing you see with, like, a bad boss fight. Is when you get to the point where you have to give the player infinite power-ups, you are creating something you know is tedious, and you're trying to dismiss that tedium with, something that just makes it worse, with giving the player infinite access to power-ups. So now you're just locked into the TDM and dying less. Better than some of the other ones you've made. That's still pretty rough. Do they not clap out? I feel like we've grabbed... Well, no, we probably killed a bunch from a bunch of different ones. Hi-yo, Mario. Thanks a lot for dropping a level in the queue. How you doing tonight? We got 2 after this one in front of you. 80 is 70 too many. Yeah, maybe. Okay, they definitely clap out. Yeah, so that means the optimal strategy is going to be this pretty tedious experience here is just tapping them out. Tapping out 1 or 2 of them at a time. I wish I knew where that other one's bullet was. Thank you. Thank you for that. Bullet bill blaster level. Like, best case scenario, you sort all this out. Neat. Do. In just 1 second. I feel like nobody's going to suffer the chaos for as much time as it would take to get through all of it. So you're just going to do this. You're going to figure out a way to do it a little bit at a time, and then you're going to spend 8 minutes jumping onto a couple of bullet bills at a time. Wonder. Mario Wonder. Maybe having some close calls as you do this a little bit at a time. I watched through that that Wonder Pretty House presentation and was very disappointed. I'm still very disappointed. I was hoping maybe we'd get a little bit more news about the single-player experience after. But they really just wanted to talk about and focus on multiplayer. And, like, it's cool to have more multiplayer stuff in Wonder. But a little bit of Wonder Mario Party stuff does not fix the issues that pretty much everybody had with Wonder. That's really too bad, because it's like the best engine they've done in forever. It kicks the absolute shit out of New Soup, and it's actually a fun engine. So it would have been so cool to just get a lot of single-player content. Maybe even tough single-player content. Seven. Oh, we skipped 69. Oh, actually, we're almost done here. If you lose a bullet, does it fire another one? Because they stop seeking after a while, right? Doesn't it give up on the seek? Oh, does the claw refresh the targeting? I wonder if the claw refreshes the targeting. Well, I don't care enough to keep looking. It would be interesting if the claw refreshes the targeting, but maybe I'm confusing the two bullets. What a fun last thing. Yeah, not super fun. GG. Yeah, not great. Not as bad as some of the stuff you've done. Esports. Less is more. Yeah, less would be better. You would get more out of less bullet bills, as Madeline was saying. Making a larger arena would make something that was less janky and more entertaining. And if you wanted it to be janky, I would much rather see you leaning into the jank. Like it so often feels like lazy bean burrito concepts. And I don't want to play bean burritos. I don't want to play levels that are deliberately tedious. But even if that's your goal, you could do a better job than this. And if that's not your goal, if you just want to do stuff that's a little janky and silly, like, there are better ways to make this kind of a bouncy, crazy experience for the player that doesn't rely on infinite power-ups, that gives the player something that they're doing well chasing around bullet bills or dealing with bullet bills. It needs a little more. Not much meat on the bones. Wow. Oh, okay. Let's just keep in mostly the same parts that you have there and essentially invincibility for the player. So the same basic mechanics there. Give the player a star. And then give the player 1 or 2 more stars in the arena that are just hanging. And a really limited time span, like 30 seconds. Player has to kill X number of bullet bills within the space of 30 seconds. There's a bunch already on screen, like a bunch manually placed or whatever, of something, as well as something shooting out of cannons that the player has to kill. So they have to get a bunch of them. They try to figure out some basic routing to kill as many as possible while maintaining the superstar power-up, so they don't take damage, and grabbing the other 2. So you're kind of routing out a little bit of a level, even in just a wide field of claws, while also trying to kill as many things as possible. And it's short enough that the player is not going to spend a lot of time pissed off. They're going to spend time iteratively figuring out how to have a little bit more fun with it. I think you could do something like that. Basically all the same parts, but just a little bit different execution that ends up making something that's kind of interesting, gives you something to think about while you're doing it, and then, you know, actually doing it only takes a few minutes. I can hear Crackers breathing from here. He is still doing pretty bad. Morton's illegal bomb factory. Russian Morton. Thank you. Thank you for specifying that he's Russian. That goes good with crime. With the illegal bomb factory. As opposed to, a legal American bomb factory. Wait, is the bomb factory just in the desert, or am I outside of the bomb factory? And these are his illegal factory's defenses. Okay. In the desert, okay. Because I like the music, okay. Well, you can use backgrounds. Backgrounds. Look at what people have done to me. You can use the semi-solids to create like a backdrop behind areas of the stage, which can help make it feel a little bit more enclosed. But yeah, it feels a little more like I'm in the underneath the factory. That I'm somewhere where the factory is dumping its waste. Diddy bombs. Cute. Subworld is also the desert. Yeah, especially if you're doing a subworld, you could have covered the whole subworld in cells to help add an enclosed feeling. Maybe breakable blocks all over all over the place, then the player's gonna break them and leave or do something dumb. Okay. Well, I would rather an awkward dig than a really long dig. Really long bomb mining experiences where I am digging a big, long, deep hole. It always fucking sucks. So having to do hot potato stuff like this or catch a bomb at the right time is a little better than oh, that's really awkward than doing a long dig. Okay, okay, didn't need it. Nothing about this factory feels Russian so far. I guess it's pretty shitty. Got that going for it. It's a little shitty on the factory side. Weird arena. Gosh, I hope there was a checkpoint. Yeah, it's a little weird. Oh, it does go low enough to touch the spikes. Oh, kind of wish it was just up one tile so that at least it was safe from the spikes. There was a checkpoint, which is nice. Bring this guy with. There we go. Yeah, Spikes and Morton. A little much. Setting up for a mining experience, or is that just the end? I don't know, a little bit of self-mining. I like that. So Morton's ground slam ability actually does something. You did that. You did the platforms touching the spike there. Didn't seem like the ground slam was able to do anything. Yeah, it was okay. It was okay. Yeah, we had a checkpoint before the boss fight, which was... I feel like it would really benefit from a little bit of enclosing, especially with the factory theming, but ignoring the theming, which really isn't that important overall. I mean, you did tag it theme. Experience is fine, yeah, especially for a Bob-omb themed level. You didn't stoop so low as to make me mine a deep hole. God, I hate that shit. God, I hate that. How often people land on that, too. I mean, Kirby did it. A lot of games have done it. A lot of games have liked to do it, but it's always awful. Yeah, I think you could visually like, let's pop in the editor real quick here. You can make something feel enclosed, feel like a more of an indoor space really, really easily. By just, and ignore the total lack of camera control. We're not going to bother with that. By just doing this with semi-solids. It's almost the worst one, but this, okay, go away. Doing this, popping this, this back here. Oh, why will you not just let me grab the corner? Very quickly can make this space feel like enclosed little cave. Now this is a cave. Now we're in a cave. You get rid of it. Now it feels like just an open air area. It's small, but it does make a big aesthetic difference, and it's pretty easy to do. There's some weird limits on how much you can stack semi-solids before you start getting really weird disappearances. There we go. It's like 7 before some of them start poofing. They are annoying to work with. They can be annoying to work with. But, you know, it's a Russian factory. If there's some holes, if there's some fucking broken windows, that fits the theming. And if you told me that, if you told me, no, there's broken windows because it's a Russian factory, I would fucking piss myself. Ugh. Or Russia. All right. Bullseye, let's see what you got. They are annoying to work with, yeah. I really wish, I wish the game was really clear with you about the way, semi-solids worked, that it would warn you when it pulls one out, because there is nothing more goddamn annoying than, doing that by doing a bunch of background work with semi-solids, only to learn that, like, earlier in the level, it just fucking breaks. It absolutely fucking breaks, and a semi-solid is gone, you try to replace it, and then the next one leaves. And it's like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? And you spend 2 hours chasing it around, then you read about semi-solids, or you try to find a YouTube video about it, and then you finally understand it, you redo it all from the ground up, and then you realize, oh shit, I can't make this work. And then you just have a hole, or a gap, or like a spot where they don't, where they, esports, where they band up right on each other. Sprawling, spin, spectacles. Spin to win. Good luck. Have fun. 1 out of 89 attempts. Editable backgrounds would fucking kill. I've rambled about it a couple of times, but it's definitely one of those ideas that anybody can think of. But if we could just place whatever tiles we wanted on a darkened background that was always much darker than the rest of the screen, but use any tiles we wanted, it would be great. Yes, people would draw penises, but we can already draw penises. That is a pretty interesting parachute indicator, but I immediately understood what you meant. So that is, yeah, I knew what it meant. I knew what it meant immediately. It feels like when you sound out a word that's spelled so incorrectly you have no idea what it is until you say it out loud and you're like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, I know what you mean. That's what that looks like. It was real confusing. It was like, oh, obviously, it's a parachute. It's a little parachute hieroglyph. The commonly accepted indicator is what you have there with a 90 here. That's the thing that usually indicates what a parachute is, but I also think that that does the job perfectly fine. Didn't know the common indicator. Yeah, it's just that. It's just, this is the indicator. But I also think that, I mean, you made an attempt to, you found your own, and it absolutely worked. Which is a whole hell of a lot better than no indicator at all, which is, usually just annoying. Aww. Yeah, most important thing is that that it makes sense, and that makes sense. It looks like a parachute or a mushroom. Because I like that more. Yeah, I don't think there's like a council of people who choose the indicator, just that people imitate each other. But I would not be mad if people started doing that one. I do get mad when people label save room and start. You don't actually have to do that. The checkpoint is a label. Just draw a picture up there. Do a little diorama. Put your favorite enemy, put 2 of your favorite enemy up there and have something push them around. Do anything. Do not write the word saved, just because you saw it in another level. Now, there was a checkpoint. A little jankier. Go. Oh my god. Okay. If you... Well, no, I guess he is really consistent. Yeah, he is. He actually is settling a little. And he is settling in just a tiny bit. But it looks like it would still work just fine. I started at the start of the level. I wish I knew I started at the start of the level. What does that mean? Okay, and then I can get another one. Cute. Ow, did it to myself. I wish there was a checkpoint there. You were talking about indicators at the start of the level. Oh, yeah. Well, we have the sign already that tells you that this is where you start from. Which already feels unnecessary, because you start where you start. Yeah, it makes me unhappy. How often... I didn't grab jump there. I don't know what that was. Makes me unhappy. Labeling a room save or start or boss is just such a boring choice over using that exact same space to build a little diorama or something. Got rid of blocks. Just putting a couple of trees or bushes or whatever objects up in the area. Doing a visually interesting bunch of slopes or something. Creating a little optional challenge for the player to grab a 50 coin. You can do anything other than label a save room. Went a little early. A little wild. Another thing you can do with chain trumps if you want them to move back and forth like that in a pretty consistent pattern. I'll pull it up in the editor after this, but if you just put a chain trump with a spring right on top of his stump, he'll bounce back and forth really reliably. I think it's on top. I'm pretty sure it's on top. It might be on the bottom. Ooh. Went to Korean barbecue for lunch. Buddy of mine. And I keep having really spicy, awful burps. There we go. First swing of the chain chomp is a little more to the left. Yeah, it's a little... It seemed like it was going to be inconsistent at first, but then it's really only inconsistent at first. But that feels pretty rough for the player. There we go. Oh my god. Oof. I should wait a cycle there. Oh, I wonder if I can just go over, really. No. No, we definitely can't hold jump there. I don't know if I can one cycle that. I cannot one cycle that, okay. Too eager? Wait, I'll give it a sec here. I re-grabbed and I held it for too long. Went too early. Yeah, that's a wiener. That's the dick and balls. Two saw blades are the balls, and then what are the fucking things called? No, it's not pounders. Bike shaft. Skewer. And the skewer is the shaft. And then, I guess, a joke about skewering my shaft. Docking? I guess that's the joke. Yeah, I wouldn't be too mad about a checkpoint. That's the difficulty level it's at, right around the beginning of this room, or hopefully right after this. That's not the end. Can't spin jump on Podoboo. Want to. Wrong game. Oh, the low overhead clearance there makes that getting in there really awkward. I misjudged when the right time to enter that was. I guess I should try to go over the Podoboo after the checkpoint. Oh, I wanted to one cycle. Viewer. Yeah, I think he could benefit. I think the spring thing I was talking about worked pretty well. We'll pull it up here. Fuck. Oh, yeah, that little squeak. He squeaks out just a little bit more there, and I keep missing him. For stuff like that, if you can load it in a little bit earlier by, like, starting him at a different point on the track. I think he starts in the leftmost position and moves towards the player, or, one thing you can do to set it up a little earlier is having him on a track that is, where's my scribbler, off screen up here. But just off screen, so he still loads invisibly. So then as the player approaches like an earlier point, a much earlier point, say back here a little bit, but up here, then you have him load in and then go up and then pop back down and then drop into the actual place where you want him. That will load him in a little bit earlier so that he will get some of that out of his system. Although you'd have to mess around with it. I think the spring can be better too, but that can help load things in early. You can also, wait, scribbler again. You can also give the player a little bit of, like, if you just need a second for stuff to load in on the camera, after the player comes in here, then maybe they just have, maybe you just have a thing here like this, and a thing like this that the player goes up on next to that, and goes over, and it's all like a closed-in area. Little tunnel that locks the player in, and then brings the player over to here. And then that's where they jump out from. Some little thing that slows the player down just for a little bit, just a little pointless tunnel, can also let something load in so that it calms down a little bit. Not vital, but those kind of things can really help with making sure that everything is settled, especially when its behavior is janky at first. Oh. I guess I have to re-grab there? Give him a sec. Especially, the reason why stuff like that is worth paying attention to, as, for a lot of people, as you have to repeat each segment each time, you're going to optimize, you're going to get a little bit faster. And nothing is more frustrating than when you start optimizing each segment, is learning you can't one-cycle it and you have to delay at each point. Ends up feeling pretty bad. Always jumped instantly out of the claw to keep momentum. This one that I can never one-cycle. keep hesitating there too much. Ugh. Oh my god. But yeah. Oh, a little more room on that door would be nice. Yeah. It'd be nice if I didn't... If I had a little bit of room to let off a right. Ugh. There we go. Yeah, the player can never be in your mind exactly for what you want either. In that spot, though, it doesn't feel terrible, but it does feel like you either need to maintain momentum or you need to really awkwardly regrab. I feel like regrabs aren't totally yeah, need to maintain them. Aren't a super well understood thing in Mario Maker for more casual difficulty stuff, high difficulty stuff. Yeah, the overhead tightness there makes it really hard to get a good line on what I'm doing here. I think I should go over the Podoboo. I can't tell if it's low enough that I won't bonk my head on it if I just hover, if I just spin jump and don't do a big jump. So it feels like I have to do it in one motion, but it's not clear. Yeah, I wish this spot, especially considering how long of level is before it, I really wish that spot and what your intention for me in that spot was much clearer to me as a player. I can't tell if I feel like I might be able to just land on the spike top and then just stay put, and then I won't bounce high enough to touch it, but I'm not positive. Oops. Applesauce. An announcement of what you're eating? Or just what you're thinking about? I really like those drinkable applesauces. I have a box of them in my trunk. It's like the perfect, little snack if you're out running around or when I'm hiking and I want something and I do not want to go and get fucking fast food. It's like, oh shit, I have a little applesauce in the back. I'm gonna eat a fucking applesauce. Like a child. Then after the runoff, when the fire is in the middle on the way on the right, yeah, I kind of wish that was a little clearer. That sounds very awkward. You made terrible financial decisions. You bought a 3DS, hopefully cheap at a pawn shop, right? Because they're getting real pricey on eBay these days, right? Well, I don't mean you. I want you personally to communicate it to me in chat. I want the level to communicate it to me and people who run into the level in Endless. Or people who are searching for expert Super Mario World levels and just playing stuff. To understand the level when they see it. $250 on Amazon. Yeah, I would say that's a terrible financial decision. Yeah, they're really easy to work on at this point. And there's tons of them out there. There's tons of people refurbishing them. They're really easily hacked. Trying to use one marketplaces where I would say look first and look at pawn shops. And try to undercut whatever the price is on eBay. $250 for, I'm assuming, used on Amazon is not great. Buying one for $250. You have a little bit of buyer protection with Amazon, but especially if it was not fulfilled by Amazon, not much. Not more than eBay. eBay will suck your dick if somebody fucks you over. There we go. Oh, fuck me. I sold a laptop years and years back. i7 laptop. To some ding-dong in Mexico, which cost me a lot more to ship than I would have thought. But it wasn't an issue. And then, ding-dong returns it on the, he opens the return case on the 264th day, which at the time was apparently the limit for returns, as not working. And I was like, well, that's not working with it. I can just fix it. And he was like, nope, I want a refund. Sends the fucking laptop back to me, riddled with fucking Mexican malware. Which I had never thought about previously, but I guess you would want to make malware in the language of It came with a stylus and a memory card. Well, stylus is really cheap, a couple bucks, like literally $1 or $2. Maybe $5 on Amazon for a good third-party one that extends. And it just uses SD cards. It doesn't have a proprietary memory card format, so also really cheap. Yeah, I mean, you do you. Well, what are the eBay prices right now? I think those are climbing too. I saw recently the prices were kind of jumping up. People have been getting back into 3DSs because they're real easy to hack. 3DS refurbished, 184 it looks like. So good. Oh, as low as 100 it looks like. Yeah, 100 to 150. Yeah, 250 is kind of a lot for refurbished. Yeah. I have a nice new 3DS that I haven't really done anything with. Other than it has a giant extended capacity battery in it. I haven't charged it. Probably charged it up to 80%. And a really big SD card in it. Paid for fast shipping. Well, eBay sellers usually ship pretty fast. Oh, you paid extra. So yeah, almost certainly not fulfilled by Amazon then, huh? I would definitely take a look at what the protections are and have an understanding of what your last point is to return it. So that if one of the shoulder buttons goes right away, you know to return it, and then make sure all the shoulder buttons feel good. I would say that's what goes that's what goes most often on those things, is the shoulder buttons or the circle path. Make sure all that works real good and that you're happy with it. 2 weeks? Yeah, maybe like go in the mirror and say to yourself, stop being an iPad baby, be better at waiting, return it, and then buy one on eBay so you have like 90 days at least. For cheaper. I mean, you do you. But yeah, third party on Amazon is basically garbage. Third party on Amazon is terrible. Yeah, eBay can be a crapshoot, but eBay will generally really, really work to make the buyer happy. Yeah, very, very awkward. I really wish that setup was less awkward, especially with how deep it is, because it's really, really hard to feel out the jump there. God, there was another checkpoint. But yeah, I kind of wish that was calling back to another jump, like that you had a jump really similar to that earlier, so the player had a feel for the vibe you were expecting, maybe right after a checkpoint, so then they would kind of know what they were doing. That can be a good way to communicate a weird jump to the player pretty clearly. Oh yeah, yes, Mexican malware guy. I like the end of that story. I wanted to loop back to it. I work in tech, and it's kind of my jam. So I cleaned it up, and Mr. Ding Dong, Mr. Mexican Ding Dong, who returned the fucking computer to me, he didn't log out of anything or even make any attempt to wipe anything. So he did get his refund. He got a full refund after using the computer for a year and then forcing me to take it back. But he left everything logged in, and this was kind of before two-factor was commonplace. So I took over his Gmail account, and of course I wouldn't rob him, that's illegal. But he did leave everything logged in, so I changed his passwords for everything, everything for his bank account, for his Gmail, for every single account I could find in his Gmail. I'm sure he had a real bad time thinking he got his ass hacked. But really, he just shit his pants. He shipped his pants to me to shit in. And I obliged. But that's one, I've had really bad luck selling computers on eBay. I always put a ton of care into making sure they're in really good shape. I've provided a ton of after-sale support to people that I've sold computers to. I try not to be a shithead about it. The number of times I've had people try to steal components, try to steal hard drives and RAM and be like, no, they weren't in there. And then eBay does not care. You can send eBay a video of you showing all the RAM that's in there and then immediately packaging the computer up. Like literally pop the back off. Here's everything that's in there. Put the back on, screw it shut, put it in the shipping container and seal it up. And then eBay will be like, well, you know, we're still siding with the buyer. They said that it wasn't complete, so they get a refund. And they don't have to ship the item back. It was a challenge you could look at before acting, so it's fine. Yeah, I don't think it's catastrophic. It's just really awkward, and you're definitely gonna die there a bunch of times because you don't understand exactly what you want the player to do. That's one of those things that's hard for you to communicate. Oh, I need to spin jump off of that. Okay. That's hard for you to get a good handle on just because you know what to do. You built it. But the player won't know and probably won't figure it out correctly right away. Oops. Oops. Yeah, I can definitely understand having some apprehension about eBay, for sure. Which is why Marketplace can be good. You can at least test it in person. And although people absolutely run scams on Facebook Marketplace... Oh my god. I really wish that fireball was going in the other direction so I could easily one-cycle this. Yeah, the fact that I have to wait for it to turn around sucks a little. Well, sometimes on Marketplace, especially for high-value stuff, you can get the buyer to come to you. You can even get the buyer to come to your house sometimes. For more expensive stuff. You can always ask. Sometimes that can be uncomfortable, too. But then you can at least test everything, and usually it's a good deal cheaper. Ah, I need to rush against the... I see that now. Okay, well, I'm gonna go kill myself. Yeah. I like buying new stuff. I gotta wait. I gotta wait every time. I gotta wait every time I load in. I hate that. Oops. Too spicy. Yeah, trying to... Can we do it? No, we really can't. Trying to make sure you optimize for, not necessarily for one-cycles. I like it. I think optimizing to make sure the player can always one-cycle is really great to consider for speedrunners. Even if you don't want to speedrun, it can make doing the level really fun, and it can put you in a headspace of trying to make satisfying high-flow level build decisions that feels really good when it's on, when you're hitting it right, but you don't absolutely have to optimize for a one-cycle, for being able to just go immediately as long as you execute perfectly. But trying to make sure that you don't make the player have to stand there after they load in on the checkpoint every single time, I think is vital. It's definitely worth doing. Make sure it has everything and make sure everything works. Yeah, make sure everything works. Get something... I don't know how bans work on the 3DS. Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The online play's gone. Yeah, ignore me. I was gonna say make sure it's not banned online, but all we got is Pretendo. No bans on Pretendo, I'm pretty sure. Oh. It wasn't a problem at first, at all. Because the level was generally clear about it, but I will say... Usually when people do enemies that you don't have to spin jump on, it's because you don't have to spin jump. So making sure that you start with an enemy the player will have to spin jump on, like a spike top, can more clearly communicate to the player that you expect them to spin jump on everything. On everything going forward. So just avoid Monty Moles as the first thing, unless... Oh, you can kind of one-cycle really awkwardly. Yeah, they're supposed to be really easy to hack. I've never done it with a 3DS. I never had a reason to because, yeah, we can kind of one-cycle it. Okay, yeah, you can kind of one-cycle it. It's a little awkward, but you can do it. Yeah, because setups like that make me make the wrong. Exclusively because you spin the whole stage? Okay. Oh, I was supposed to stay there. Yeah, I've never had a reason to with the 3DS because I started getting those tiny little handhelds. And I had a flash card for the DS, which already covered most things. And there wasn't enough that, like, I didn't want to pirate 3DS games. And then by the time we would have gotten to the point where 3DS piracy might have been interesting, or having like a loader or whatever, the 3DS emulation was great. So I never had a good reason to hack the 3DS. And then handheld computers came out midway through the Switch, so I hacked my launch model Switch and then unhacked it at some point because it lost any value to me, because I'd rather play RetroArch on a PC than on a Switch. But now with Smash Bros mods, I'm back to, and OCW, I'm back to the hack Switch. Yeah, no, if it's your only handheld, it is an absolutely fucking stellar choice for Nintendo games, because I think you can play, you have excellent compatibility with DS and 3DS titles, obviously, but then you also get, I think there's a compatibility engine in there, esports, for GBA, which is like the handheld, like, golden age of great stuff for handheld. You get the whole, like, the best of handheld gaming. And then it also will, I think it'll do pretty much everything. It'll do, everything earlier than that, too. Game Boy Color, NES, SNES. And I think there's decent N64 performance, right? Yeah, 3DS was great. The other stick, the weird C-stick thing that they put on the new 3DS was really terrible. But otherwise, it was a really great console. Oh, man, I'm supposed to keep rushing against the P? Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. 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 Yeah, I didn't read it immediately, but I see what we're doing there. I really hope I'm not supposed to rush on the... Oh. Yeah, 3DS is great. I like the 3D really a lot once they got the eye tracking, and I wish they had managed to get the eye tracking out earlier, because I think more people would have liked the 3D. Had Luigi's Mansion was pretty good. Yeah, I was definitely in the camp of, like, the mission style stuff sucked and they should have fixed it. They should have done something else. But it was generally pretty fun. There were a lot of really great games on the 3DS. The 3DS had a great library. Ooh, Ice Guy. Do not remember the Ice Guy. Motion control was asked. Was motion control necessary? Kid Icarus Uprising was so fucking good. I'm still mad we never got, like, a port of that at all. That seems like a slam dunk Switch 1 or Switch 2 game, and it's abandoned over there on the 3DS. Fired. I just don't remember it. For that boss only? Guess it just didn't make a strong impression. Fuck that Ice Guy. Hey. That's political. But, I mean, yeah, fuck that Ice Guy. Fuck all the Ice Guys. See? Political and sensitive social issues. We can't have ads. Daddy Twitch. Oh, there's more? Oh, okay. I was hoping that was the end. Gimmick was shooting its ice body, then shoot a bomb in its mouth. That sounds Metroid-y. Fuck. Oops. 3DS was great. Yeah, for me, it was never worth it to hack it. Like, I never needed to. I might eventually. Mine's just sitting there and does nothing, but I have, I guess I don't have it on me. I have a little Anbaric handheld, one of those SBC computers. Pull up a picture here. Anbaric, RG34XXSP, I think it is? Yeah, that's the name. Anbaric is not good at naming stuff. But I have one of these guys. in yellow, and I really, really like it. You get very familiar form factor pair of shoulder buttons, so you have extra shoulder buttons, and then the sticks in there. I don't want the fucking sticks to play on. Fuck that on a little handheld. But I really like to use the sticks for save state and load state, and then you can bind all kinds of other macros to different directions on the sticks, which is really nice. You get a lot of versatility with it. And that's kind of my jam for a really small portable handheld I can keep in my pocket. And then it plays up through N64 pretty well in PS1. And then if I really want to, like, if I want to emulate something more heavy, or I want to play, like, 3DS games, I'll just do it on, like, a Steam Deck or an ROG Ally. Great FPS Metroid game. Metroid Prime Hunters on the DS? I don't think we got a FPS Metroid game on 3DS. You don't mean Federation Force, do you? I don't think that was a FPS, was it? Kind of a mix of, yeah, awkward. Oh, yeah, awkward over here. Yeah, Hunters was on the DS. That was a launch title for the DS? No, the weird multiplayer demo was the launch title for the DS. And then the rest of it came out later. The Hunters was interesting. Hunters was a really, really good experience for what they were going for. And I liked it a lot. I loved the multiplayer. Really too bad they didn't follow up on that. But if you play it again now, the 30 FPS, and the, like, crappiness of the engine will kill you. Yeah, Mario Kart DS was really fun. I think Mario Kart DS is the one I played the most and enjoyed the most, and I think that was the first one where they introduced, flight mechanics, right? Esports. If I did that a little faster, I might be able to cheese through some of this awkwardness. Yeah, the controls were really interesting. And Kid Icarus Uprising did the same thing where you controlled the player with one hand and touched the screen with the other hand. And I really liked being able to do that because I'm left-handed normally, but I usually use the mouse with my right hand. But with the touchscreen thing that they had going for Metroid Prime Hunters and then for Kid Icarus Uprising, I actually really like to use my left thumb as the mouse input, and it was really nice. It was really nice that they were built that way to be ambidextrous. Okay, I definitely get high enough to catch him there, so I guess I'll just really carefully catch him there. Yeah, very awkward. Oh, man. Okay. Were you doing that thing where you try to fill every single tile? Like, you make the subworld and the overworld as big as possible, and then you tried to fill every single tile with stuff? So then, when it wasn't full, you tried coming up with new ideas? Because now I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to feel like, why is it this long? Why aren't you coming down? It feels like you're stretching for ideas, and then you keep grabbing on stuff that's a little janky. That isn't necessarily terrible in a vacuum, but when you're 70 seconds deep or whatever, then it feels pretty terrible to not know what you want me to do. But close, right after the checkpoint, is the right place for experimental stuff. The deeper we get, the easier it should be to understand, especially if you're going to do anything experimental at all. I don't remember boss fights in Mario Kart DS. Boss fights... Where were boss fights in Mario Kart DS? No, it's janky, yeah. It's not janky in that it's, random or unpredictable in execution, but it's random and unpredictable in expectation. What you want me to do is not clear to me. 64 hands fight? In Mario Kart? Oops. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Mario Kart DS. Yes, boss fights. There were bosses. What the fuck were the bosses? Oh my god. Oh, buddy, I wish you captured this with the upscale. Was there a single player balloon fight mode? Bosses? Because that's fucking awesome. How the fuck did this never come back? Why are those numbers so big? Let me just make those small. Crazy. IROC. Oh yeah, it's those weird hands. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Did you have to hit the hands and the eyeballs? Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, Mario Kart World sucked a dick. We can't, like, even get out of the cart in Mario Kart World, that big empty world, and then here's this fucking DS Mario Kart from 12, 15 years ago now that had fucking boss fights in it. Big Goomba. Oh, Big Goomba you, what, raced and fought with? Yeah, it looks like you raced him. Okay, I guess you're trying to do, what, 3 laps without dying? Yeah, that's cool as fuck. Who was the same thing? He just messed with you while you were driving? Oh, you had to get a bunch of coins out of him, okay. They're cool as fuck, man. That makes me want to play Mario Kart DS. That makes me want to play Mario Kart DS really bad. I haven't wanted to play anything on the DS in a while. The DS had some really good Castlevania games, too. I think Order of Ecclesia was, almost, like, not the best in the series, but a really high point to basically die on. Nope, 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 nope. Let me see. There are a couple other good ones. The DS had those terrible fucking Zelda games that you had to control with the touchscreen, so I never played them. I have heard that there's a patch that lets you control them like a normal video game, where you use the stick. But I have never gotten around to checking it out. Those are the only Zelda games I've never played. Besides Wand of Gamelon. Who the fuck's gonna play Wand of Gamelon? The Luigi's Mansion stage that they never remade. Moving Trees? I do not recall that. I play a lot of it. It's just been a long time. Yeah, I always heard they were great. I just really, like, I hated the way... I did not want to control Link like fucking Diablo, where I'm, like, pointing at where to go and that kind of thing. I just thought, like, I don't hate touchscreens. I like touchscreen stuff. I loved the touchscreen shooter games. I thought that was a great use of the technology. Trying to see what the fuck I'm doing with Link, while also, touching him was so annoying. That was not an experience that I liked. Well, now I'll never have to, because when I eventually get around to it, I will, find that patch, and then I will control it with a controller. I will be happy. I feel like it should have just been an option. Been nice. Micro SD card got corrupted? Well, anything that's working should be working if you copied it over. Like, if you just copy the SD card to, another one. If it was working, it'll probably still be working after you copy it off. But yeah, that sucks. The reliance on the SD cards were pretty terrible, especially considering I don't think you can even re-download the games now. Legally? Well, officially, but you definitely can other ways. I shouldn't say illegally, because that meta case ruling, where the judge explicitly declared that Meta was allowed to steal content, to download books illegally as long as they purchased a copy, should mean that as long as you have any capacity to prove a purchase at any point, like an email receipt, should mean that piracy is completely legal for all of us, as long as you have purchased the game previously. Which, that's eventually going to catch up to Nintendo and make them very angry. And also makes fucking the Fire Red resale stuff total horseshit. 3D Land was great. I feel like 3D Land, never really got its, people did not like 3D Land, as much as I think they should have. 3D Land was stellar. And unlike a lot of modern Mario entries, 3D Land had, really good, bespoke single-player focus level design, which we didn't get with 3D World. 3D World was still really good, but 3D World suffered from some of the same design issues that I think made New Soup suck a hot, wet old dick. That shit where with New Soup Wii and Beyond, everything was wide open, empty level design, so that it was more of a playground for multiplayer first and foremost, which just sucked. It really ruined the single-player experience in all the fucking New Soup games. The DS New Soup did not suffer from that, and although it often was pretty cramped, I thought that one was actually good. But it was all downhill from there. Yeah, anything you purchase digitally, you almost certainly have a receipt for, as long as you still have the email. That's gonna get really funny in probably 10 more years. And, like, I'm not like a big, like, holy shit, I love AI or anything. I have a lot of criticisms for AI. We're not putting the genie back in the bottle, blah, blah. But the one nice thing we're going to get out of it is when the rich pedophiles get to steal whatever they want for free and judges have to make it legal, we're going to be allowed to, too, really easily. It's going to be a lot harder for Nintendo to sue some sad dude for millions of dollars and ruin his life to scare the rest of us. Oh, oh man, that's awkward. One more good shot here. I'm a little annoyed at having to repeat these very long stretches before I get to the really awkward jumps. That seems to be a pretty consistent experience before each checkpoint, and it's making me sad. Steam getting sued? Did Nintendo take action against Steam? Or did they just spook Steam into not showing Yuzu anymore? The Yuzu stuff was really funny too. I had really big plans to do a whole video about that before really dumb stuff happened with YouTube. Nintendo's whole thing with Yuzu and with Ryujinx was more exploiting human failures in breaking laws they really shouldn't have. And bribing. Ryujinx was shut down entirely via bribes. And they tried to use that to establish precedent, which, you know, didn't really work so great. Yeah, things are going to get tough for him. Which would be nice. And the solution is really, really easy. Nintendo could absolutely protect all of that stuff much more easily by making it available. They could absolutely ruin the argument for game preservation by simply preserving them themselves. Create a multi-platform virtual console service that you can buy ROMs on from Nintendo for a reasonable price, and collectors would shower them in incomprehensibly large cache loads to collect all the ROMs, and especially if you charge for access, like, on different devices, they could have their own emulator for PC, they could have their emulator for Switch, they could have their emulator for iPhone and Android, and they could charge you to sync your save data, they could charge you coming and going, they could fuck you in every single hole, and make a shitload of money on it, and make it really, really easy to say, like, no, these are not abandoned games, they do not need to be preserved. We still sell them to this day. We sell all of our games by policy. Nintendo has a policy that we always sell all of our games, always. Problem solved. Would not be hard to maintain infrastructure for. They were capable of hiring infrastructural engineers, which they are not. Yeah, the Fire Red and Leaf Green stuff is just, that's a whole separate anti-consumer madness thing. Oh, yeah, that fucking jump, man, is making me so unhappy. It's so awkward to get back to the point where I'm struggling to figure out what I need to do exactly, and that has been a consistent theme throughout. I don't think that the stage is bad by any means, but I think that structurally, the way the level flows seems designed to waste the player's time, or at least is oblivious to how much time it will end up wasting. I don't want to keep fighting back to that point to test it out. I don't want to keep fighting back to points where I don't understand the best choice. One of the easiest things that you can do to maintain the structure exactly as it is, with only slight changes, would be to make sure that, like, when we have these difficult jumps, like the one before CP2 and this one before, I assume, the end of the level. Let me pull it up in the viewer so we can look at it, so that I can scribble on it more clearly. Window. Fuck on here for a sec. Go. Okay. Browser. When we have these tough jumps like that, like, let's head back down there. Like this one, it's so easy for us to accidentally, because we're holding the jump button and trying to come onto here and just float. It's so awkward, and these don't need to be here. These don't need to be here at all. But if you really want to have that set up, then give the player the opportunity to come down on the jump a little bit so that their jump is like this, not like this. Because that straight across jump, creating this like trap for the player to accidentally still be holding the button that they absolutely must be holding up until that exact moment, but no longer, sucks fucking ass. It's basically a troll. And it sucks. And I like trolls in troll levels. That's kind of a nasty troll. But for stuff like this here, this specific spot here, if you do basically this exact same setup. So let's say we have just a coin here. You can't see my little mouse cursor. And the on-off switch for this setup here. So this fires off the thing. We jump on the thing. We hit the on-off switch. What do we need the on-off switch for? Oh, we need it for later to set up the next thing. Okay. So I have this pretty tight, not impossible, but kind of tight jump that's indicated to land here, which always felt like it was a little early. You could just put more on-off switches here and it would make it easier. But if you really want to retain these awkward jumps like this, then just take basically this whole thing, this exact same setup, this, and this, and plop it. Where are we? Plop it right fucking here. Have the first thing you do after the checkpoint be that exact same awkward jump, or almost identical. Like an almost identical setup where the player has to jump on a bullet bill that is positioned almost identically to that into an on-off switch, just like that. Something that kind of riffs on the same thing, because then you are teaching the player by forcing them to learn it earlier, right next to the checkpoint. So the player will learn that awkward input, then they will be prepared to do that awkward input when you bring it up again later. Same thing with one right before this one. Yeah, this setup here. This exact same setup here, where it was a little tough for me to figure out exactly when to hit the jump. All you have to do is basically have another shallow head height jump like this. Wipe that circle off of there. Another shallow jump head like this, where we also are dodging a fireball in almost the exact same way. You could riff on it by not having it be a spin jump, although the spin jump was kind of a theme in the level. You could do some slightly easier take on it, but it's the same structurally, same basic thing, and do that right by that previous checkpoint. Sports. And that's a really, really good way to use the design of the level. Last Pro Tag, how you doing tonight? Really easy way to use the design of the level to educate the player in a way that makes your intentions clear, without having to give the player like a specific hint, without having to type it out for me, without having to like write the words on the wall. You let the player learn it in a place where it's a little safer to learn, so they will definitely understand it when they come forward. I can help a lot. I don't think it's terrible by any means, but I do think it's really held back by that, and you could hugely improve the experience with just a little change. Just a little change. Yeah, you're at, well, you haven't had a ton of attempts, but 0.5% clear rate. Keep that in mind. Be a good way pacing-wise. Yeah, And that kind of thing, when you start looking at it like that, that can improve the flow a little bit. That can play into the one cycle stuff. And again, I don't think that's vital. I don't think that's vital for good design, in all cases. But finding ways to educate the player organically that makes sense and kind of spell it out for them so they effortlessly do what you want them to do, that is a mark of really high quality level design. And that's the kind of thing that people will lock into. And some of the previous stuff, like the awkward jumps, that kind of thing, I don't think are inherently bad. I think they can be really interesting, and they can do something different than what we see with really shell-heavy Kaizo, where you get closer to the team jump style stuff. But yeah, making sure that the player understands it, so it's not painful to figure out what you need to do when you're kind of deep in the level, can really improve. Okay, Hugo, let's see what you got here. 1JJ, 1HH, that is a maker ID. 1HH. You could almost remember your maker ID. FRF. Here. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for dropping a level in after raiding. You know, it's always crazy when people raid out after viewer levels and you don't have people with levels ready to go. It makes me wonder if some people have had bad experiences in the past giving me levels. Something from 2024. Play the newest or something from 2020. Bowser's Rage Inferno. 30 out of 3,000. Bowser laughs. Well, let's take a peek. It looks normal. But that clear rate and that description makes me think it's going to be... Timmy Trolley? Oh, maybe. Well, no, I see the indicators there. I gotcha. Right. What are we doing here? Fake dev? Oh, nope. Something. We got something. The rest of this looks too well decorated for this to be a real dev exit. Okay, cute. Cute little fake dev exit fake out. Covered in secret one-ups. That's very cute. And then this just dumps me back? Yeah, it dumps me right on the other side of that. That's very cute. I like that. Mushroom? Oh, one up. Okay. Okay, cute. So we're doing a vertical lava race thing. What was going on with that clear rate? This seems pretty normal. Oh god, is it the Bowser fight? Bowser fight really terrible? Well, making theme, traditional level. Yeah, that's a good target to have. I feel like that's not the easiest type of thing to make, but the thing we have the best library of references for. It's the easiest thing to criticize, and it's the easiest thing to not have a bad time with. Excuse me? Go back down where? The lava? I did not catch what I was going back down to, but I'll pay attention coming back through. Took me a year making this level for your information. God damn, that's a long time. Did you stop for 9 months? Was each block placed individually? Artisanal Mario levels. No blocks were drawn. All blocks were individually placed and then dragged into position. Oh, I want to make a terrible level where that's the entire theme. But so far the aesthetics are good. Concept is good. I got a little confused there at what the expectation was in the lava rising area there, but I think I had screwed up enough that I was kind of behind there. Oh, I want to one-cycle lava, but I cannot. I guess unless I go through the fake. Ugh. Want to wait for the lava to go back down, or do I want to go through the fake? Yeah. Really fast. Yeah, I kind of wish I could one-cycle lava, the lava rise there. Not gonna stop for that one up again. There's the spring. Okay, that's... Huh. What did I miss last time? And then a P-switch goes off and I'm supposed to go back down. A little bit. It's just that if you look on the viewer, there's so much decoration. By far my most technical level to make, you need to go a bit faster. I assume I need to go a bit faster, but I'm struggling to understand what I'm missing. I see those P-switch blocks over there on the right, but I don't see what interactable I have there. I'm not supposed to go back down. I kind of wish that spot was P-blocked. Oh, okay. I think... supposed to go through the P-block door, which I guess should have been obvious. And I'm probably supposed to hit that note block underneath the on-off block there to flip it again. Ow. Yeah, even the second time I didn't understand exactly what you wanted me to do. And the time pressure makes all of us a little stupid. And impatience. Time pressure can make the player a little blind to what should be and what looks really obvious in a vacuum. Like, if I pull it up there and I start looking at it in a clip, then we'll figure it out pretty quick. Then we'll get an idea of what we're supposed to do. Wait, so can I even get that one up, or do I die if I get that one up? Is that just a dead one up? Two checkpoints, that's good. There we go. Yeah, so I wish oh, you know what? You could use coins to really drag the player over there. I think yeah, just a little coin trail that turns with the P-switch, like maybe that shaft on the right-hand side over there is just full of maybe this right-hand shaft that I don't want to unpause and lose where I am, is just full of brick blocks that turn into coins. Maybe even with an arrow pointing down. I mean, I definitely should notice and go for the P-switch door. But the other down arrow made me feel like, well, wait, am I supposed to go back straight down there and interact with this other one? On the left here? And it made me dumb. It made me dumb. We got a little time pressure behind us too, which can make you a little dumb. Oh, what was the pipe? Oh, there's a door and a pipe? What was the pipe? Did I skip the checkpoint? Well, you might be able to, the door is the good choice. What the hell was the bad choice? What the hell was the bad choice? Oh, God. Now I need to see the pipe. Yeah, you can tell if a lot of people were dying in that same spot there where I was struggling by the little red X's that you'll get if you look. Uh-oh. Oh, it's just really quiet. I guess I just had it turned way down. I mean, I turned it up a little bit, but mostly you're just getting slided. I'm done. I'm done. I don't know what happens if I don't trigger this, but I feel like it's probably necessary. Oh, the wall falls out. But how you doing? Doing well? And trigger. Go back, and hopefully... lava's not up my ass here. It's about to be. Catch up spot. Not a troll. That's good. Oh, not this. Not a troll that you dropped in there. Thanks for dropping that in there. That'll be next. Let me close the queue there. That'll be the last one, too. Okay, that is just a look at Bowser Room. Okay, that's good. I'm glad that's not a... This emote looks like hot dog. A little bit of hot dog. Hot dog doesn't have quite that much white, but it's close. Oh, and he's got a little orange spot. I think my cat needs to fight Dan's cat. We got a hot dog emote. With a hot dog. Marcus, how you doing tonight? Okay, I am glad that wasn't a troll. Ow. Infinite power-ups in a boss fight in the middle of a level with this low a clear percent is wild. Because I figured if anything was going to make the clear rate really low, it was going to be some just absolutely awful decision made in the boss fight. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Went to repeat level. Gonna find another level for you. All right. Legs tight. Yeah, if a boss fight ends up needing infinite power-ups, I mean, for this, it's probably that the level itself is a little difficult, and if it's not a checkpoint right before the boss fight, that's probably a good deal of it. But I still think you have a better design generally if you can move away from infinite power-ups if at all possible. Oh. Because it often means that you made something a little tedious. So I'm gonna kind of just damage boost my way through it rather than try to figure it out or solve it. E. Go. Okay. Boy, would I be upset if I did not get a mushroom before I went through there. Yeah, I feel like you want to do a different way to check for the player to make sure they're small. I think you can do that without hurting the player by doing, let's see here. I think you do a partial saw blade covering only the top of the door. Like this is the saw blade. It's all spiky, you know. And then you can put a one-way there so the player can't jump into it. But if they're big, the top half of their head will always touch the saw blade. And if they're small, they will drop down without being able to touch it. And that might be a better way to do it so you don't punish the player for not grabbing a mushroom on the way out. I mean, you should take it. Yeah, you should absolutely take it. You can also put... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can reject the player with a... yeah, there's a couple of ways to do it. Okay, now Bowser's coming with us. I'm good at Mario Maker. There are a couple of ways to do it. There are a couple of ways you can reject the player, or just make sure the player is small. You can also give the player a mushroom and then immediately deal damage. That makes sure that they always have a mushroom, and that the like just put a mushroom and then they immediately take damage. Then the mushroom will always make the player big, but if they are already big, it will do nothing. And they will always take damage. It's one of those bases that's really easy to cover. Oop, okay. Didn't see the on-off right away. Yeah, Marcus, you will be next in the queue there. You'll be the last one. Yeah, because does my little thing get the clear percent? I don't think it does. I wish it... Oh, no, it does. It was a 0.91% clear rate. Which seems crazy low for a relatively traditional experience. Thanks for the bits. Didn't even use them to make something big. Or make an annoying noise happen. Oh, I'm dumb. Thanks a lot for the bits, bud. Rich. I've been meaning to get TTS stuff set up forever, but nobody ever really uses the bit. But if I had Gilbert Gottfried TTS, maybe they would. Ow. And like, I don't want to turn into order. Nobody wants to turn into order. But if TTS spam for money was going to happen, and it was Gilbert Gottfried, you know, famous last words maybe, but I can't imagine getting mad at it. I feel like even if it was constant, the absurdity of it would never ever not be funny. It's on my list. It's a long list. It's a long list of things I want to do that I feel would improve the stream, but I am wrong, as the 4 cameras can absolutely prove. But I will think it's funny. This part and after CP2 are the reason for the low clear rate. Oh. I mean, if you know it's a big difficulty spike, you are the creator. You can fix it. Do I need to bring that dickhead up here? Oh no, I just need a little more height off of that. Yikes. Yikes. Really? Okay, this is fucking chaos. Oh. Yeah, this is fucking chaos, bud. You plan on playing a Super Mario World troll at the end? I don't think so. Depends on how fast we get through this and the next one. But I have some stuff I haven't eaten yet. And I want to do some Smash Arena stuff with some buds after this. So the sooner I'm done, the more Smash I can play before a tournament this weekend. But probably not. Nothing wrong with difficulty spikes. No, but there's a difference between a difficulty spike and having your blue platform level require a triple shell jump at the end. You don't want a level difficulty spike to be so absurd that they don't make sense. And like I might have said, yeah, honestly, the chaos that was that section does not make any goddamn sense at all with an infinite power-up boss fight. Those bump. Those two concepts bump. The boss fight handed you victory. And then the next platforming section is 4 people screaming at you in different languages. Like, there are so many things going on here. Oh my god, that we could just remove some of it. We could just calm down on a little bit of it. Yeah, well, and it wasn't even, yeah, it's almost always something, you're doing something to justify a little bit of tedium. That's kind of what was going on there when we were looking at it, that it's always going to be a little tedious. And that you'll be better served by trying to find some way to pull the infinite power-ups out and make a more bespoke fight with a limited number of power-ups if you need to have something, but that doesn't rely on damage boosting. Because that's what it's always going to turn into. Oh, yeah, my goal isn't to tell you it's a bad level and, like, boo it and leave. But, I mean, if it's really bad, I will boo it, and then I will leave when I'm not having any more fun. But my goal is to try and offer constructive criticism. That's kind of what it says on the tin there. It says, oh, I never changed off of queue empty. Yeah, I can't label when the queue is empty because that's a lie. Oh, and the queue is closed. I probably shouldn't... Yeah, hang on, let me do this. And then do this, and it'll set the name back correct. Oh, but yeah, my goal is to try and offer constructive criticism. And especially when you're investing a year of time into making a level that's relatively traditional. No, we're definitely not supposed to take him up there. I can if I want to. But my goal is, of course there's worse levels than this. But if you're going to put a year of time into a level, I think it's nice to get a second set of eyes on something and have somebody, you know, try and think of places where you could improve. If you're going to put a year into a level, do you want to say, it's good enough? Or, it's not worth re-uploading. It's not worth doing it again. Get far enough ahead of Bowser, this is less annoying. Oops. Well, is this level traditional though? Is it? I thought the goal was to make a difficult, relatively traditional level. The tags were themed and single player. And I think they specifically said they like to make themed traditional levels. But yeah, some of the most disappointing levels that I will ever play are the ones that are conceptually really good. They have a really interesting concept. Like we're doing a Meowser-ish style Bowser's following you and sending fire after you while the castle's collapsing. Like, we have a good theme. We have a good structure and a good theme for that structure that works well. But then the difficulty has been spiked absurdly high at this point. And it got really visually noisy when it was really visually nice previously. And it feels like one of those things where, creator wanted it to keep getting more difficult, but they didn't have any more ideas, so they just kind of did more stuff. More of the same stuff. Sports. But yeah, one of the most disappointing things is when a level has a really great idea and then fails a little bit in execution. Or really shits the bed in execution, or the whole level is great, and then the last thing they do is something just absolutely terrible. Now we have kind of a survival room while we wait for this guy to die. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that was why I gave the example of the like double shell jump at the end. Or I looked at a level recently on Reddit that was a pretty cool platforming level that was doing a bunch of P-switch platforming, like Kaizo P-switch stuff. I like P-switch levels, but the last thing they expected you to do in this fucking and a little bit awkward platforming level was a fucking like P-drop at the end and then bounce off of it, and that's like, that's going from like the 99th percentile to like the 99999 percentile. Like, what the fuck are you doing here, bud? There's definitely a different world of you can definitely try to culminate in higher difficulty or try to ramp up and not have a good way to ramp up fast. So you ramp up crazy. Everyone has their opinion. Buddy, I think you might be in the wrong place. Yeah, I mean, if the constructive criticism feels like a personal attack, then I have further personal attacks for you. It's that constructive criticism is never supposed to feel like that. That type of fragility is bad for you. It's really, really bad for you because I'm trying to help. And I know it doesn't feel like help. I know it feels nasty or whatever to you, but that's not what it is. If it was a really awful level that started awful and continued awful, I would have much less to offer. I would just be like, no, I don't want to play this. This is bad. Do better. The bean burrito guy, the beanie-ish burrito guys who keep bringing me stuff, that's basically what happens. I'll touch it for 2 minutes and be like, buddy, make a better level. Critical of Nintendo, because I like them. I used to like them. I like the things that they make, and I wish they would continue to make good things. I'm critical of this because it feels like it could be a lot better. It feels like it made some bad decisions, and especially if you put a year of your life into it, it feels like you want to reflect on those decisions. But that weird defense of, like, some people like it. Oh, everybody else likes that type of like defensive deflection. Okay, I'm not here to argue with culpas of people who may or may not be being honest, or may not exist, or may absolutely exist, but they're only being nice because they're afraid to be mean to a viewer, or I'm just wrong, but I'm still gonna offer my perspective. You'll never re-upload? Don't resist re-uploading. Yeah, getting to that point where you don't want to re-upload something or it feels like too much work. If it feels like too much work to re-upload, if it feels too difficult for you, that's an indicator that you have made a level that is too difficult. But even if it's not too difficult for you, if it's much more difficult than you expected, if you didn't expect this to be a super expert level of difficulty, as tough as some, like, extremely difficult Kaizo levels, that might mean that you missed on the difficulty that you were aiming for. But I don't think, I don't know if other streamer, if any other person who beat a level that's very hard, I don't know if they feel like they lose anything when you re-upload it. I don't understand that perspective of, like, I don't want to re-upload it because fixing it would take something away from them. I don't think that's a good defense. But regardless of your laziness and inability to take action, I still think that criticism, that constructive feedback of what I find problematic can be really helpful the next time you spend a year on a level. And even if you don't like it, even if it makes you mad, just seeing how someone else proceeds through something that's pretty difficult and how that differs from what you do, especially if you can see a lot of people having that experience, can help you understand how other players might differ from you in execution. But that was fucking chaos. That's messy. Like, this section, this room especially, is insanely messy. Boy, I hope I'm not supposed to be beating Bowser up there. No, he stays put. Oh man, and yeah, especially after giving us infinite power-ups in the boss fight. Fuck. Especially after giving us infinite power-ups in the boss fight, it really sucks to then have this long platforming section where we can't take even one single hit. Because then the boss fight was just a little, like, tedious, thematic, I want to say challenge, but not even a challenge. Because you're just going to zerg it with the damage boost. Especially since I bet there's a boss fight later. So maybe the thought was trying to establish like a thematic experience for the player that would key well into that boss fight. But maybe you could just skip that one.
No.
Gonna die here. But yeah, I think looking at the percentages where they key out to is a really helpful thing. Because yeah, if you're not expecting your level to be super expert or even like sub 1% clear rate like that, like a 0.5% clear rate, that's an indicator that maybe you don't have a good understanding of the difficulty you're creating. In one of Steve's level design videos, he talks about, I think it might be the traditional level design video, but he talks about this concept of something being really difficult to you in your course, in the course that you're building, that suddenly something clicks, and then you get it every time after that. That is an indicator that you should remove that thing from your level, because that click is not going to happen to somebody who is not spending days or weeks or months building the level. They are just going to suffer until they figure it out. They are not going to figure it out gradually until it clicks. So that awkward little thing that you did that you think feels cool now that you're getting it, it usually won't feel cool to the player. But that can kind of happen with difficulty in general too, is that as you're building a level for a really long time, you can acclimate to the difficulty of it without realizing that it is absurdly more difficult than you think it is. Yeah, Hugo described spending a year making this level. I assume working on it intermittently throughout the course of a year. Not being like locked away in a dungeon somewhere, doing nothing but eating and sleeping and playing and making this level. But yeah, struggling to clear something on your way through can be a good indicator that the difficulty is too high. Having the percentage be extremely much higher than you would have guessed, like try to guess what your difficulty will be when you're uploading a level, and if you think it'll be expert, like 3-4%, okay. Then when it hits super expert, okay, well, maybe you underestimated. Maybe it's really hard for players to do blind to all the things that you already know. Maybe there's some complexity in the setup that you would see watching someone else experience it that you did not struggle with at all, but when you see somebody else doing it, oh, they make that same mistake every time. Oh, whatever they're doing is creating a really janky experience for them with a lot of nasty fireballs. Oh, got it. Coming back up the same shaft to this key door means... God, not a boss fight. Or next checkpoint. Oh, fuck off. There's the spring that I needed. Pretty long climb. Not find a way to recycle this checkpoint. Yeah, big rip. Yeah, it's really too bad we didn't get more checkpoints. Especially when you're doing something in the realm of, like, final boss battle for your super world, that kind of thing. We have less checkpoints than Nintendo often uses in some of their late game levels. And, like, Celeste is something I like to come back to. I think I've gone on about it already tonight, but, like... extremely high difficulty games like that temper some of that difficulty? Well, one, by not having dumb shit like that, where there's so much shit flying at you that you can't see some of it. But by having extremely rapid checkpoints, so the player isn't forced into a position where they have to repeat really, really long stretches of level before they can proceed. Feels bad. Which can also be a really good time to think about, oh, maybe I should chill the fuck out on the jank here. Maybe I have a few too many fireballs getting thrown at the player here, considering they can't take any damage at all, even though I let them take damage during the boss fight for some reason. So maybe I could give the player a mushroom, which would give them one single hit. And I don't think Nintendo has ever done like a boss castle area where you weren't allowed to have a power-up. Where you didn't even have one like right next to the checkpoint. Even really nasty Kaizo hacks will usually have a power-up before your like Bowser fights and your things like this kind of thing. Yeah, it's a lot. Falling into this room with a lot of shit going on here, and then having this really awkward wall out with Bowser, and then all this other shit flying at you. It's just so annoying to get walled out like this. And to be in a situation where you have so many different threats coming at you. Like, we're already flipping a switch here to proceed. Why the hell doesn't the switch kill some of that stuff over there? And we're only dealing with Bowser's fireballs or something. Like, a lot. It's a lot going about a minute deep to get back to here. Oh god, I went back in the same door. Oh, I'm an idiot. Back in the key door. Well, again, then we kind of come back to that same thing, though, is that it's always easier to do something you make yourself than it is for the player to learn to do something that you made. Oh god, is that a soft block? Not a soft block, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure with the red blocks over there what you wanted me to do. Supposed to go up there with this? Am I supposed to push this here? Am I supposed to go down? Am I on a timer here? Is the lava rising? What did flipping that switch do? Okay, it opened that path. Oh, no, I'm done. That's it. Fuck off. This is a bad level. Yeah, you made a lot of mistakes getting here. There's no way for me to anticipate exactly what was going to happen there. That's not what should have happened, though. You can fuck right off. Yeah. Structurally, conceptually, I like what you're going for, but as it starts to break down into, like, trolls and, like, Timmy stuff, it feels like maybe a year was too long, right? Issue. Yeah, I think you got a little bit of a skill issue there, bud. Yeah, I don't know. But if that's what you consider good difficulty, if that's what you're going for with a high difficulty experience for the player, I think you've misunderstood fundamentally what makes things enjoyable. Got kind of trapped on the NES era of artificial difficulty because we didn't really know what else to do, and checkpointing was really hard at the time. But you clearly, I don't think you really want to hear. I don't think you really want to hear much more feedback, but that was not a traditional experience at all. That fell away after the first bit there. Marcus, let's see what you got. 2J1. Doot 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 doot. J9. The jungle and the cave. Well, this should be a nice little palette cleanser here. Walls and... oh, wait. 1% clear rate, it looks like? Yeah, 1% clear rate. Walls and spike platforming with 1 checkpoint. Yeah, we started a little bit there. We started a little bit there talking about how traditional levels can be the most disappointing. Like good traditional levels can be the most disappointing when people kind of lose the thread of it, but can also be the most satisfying. Long ago, so long ago. But that was almost that exact progression where it feels like you've got a really good concept and you don't know where to go with it. So you just kind of light everything on fire, and then you get used to how hot it is, and you're like, well, fuck you. My hands are burned. Why shouldn't you burn yours? Like, you kind of lost your own goal on the way there, and then you got mad when somebody pointed that out to you. But that is a bad level. It's explicitly just a bad experience, not a traditional experience. Princess is running a level competition called Ruin Dan's Day. So the goal is to make a garbage level to make someone else sad. I would not consent to that. I would not consent to that type of face pissing. Poor Dan. Jungle in the cave. Oh God. Okay. Oh no, there's a lineup there. I was gonna say I'm not doing a Trump jump. See the lineup. Okay. Well, at least the very first jump isn't terrible. Why are so many people dead here? Oh, are red coins required? This is the type of precision experience I'm not gonna enjoy. I give it a minute here, but Princess raided a dance channel, then Dan played Princess's GF's level, started yelling and screaming. It's the off the wall. I missed it. Yeah, dying really fast. It's not the absolute first jump, which is good. We have a nice, pretty simple thing here to start, which is always good in a high difficulty experience, that at the very least the start is an immediate death, because dying takes so goddamn long in Mario Maker. Ow. But I still don't want to spend this much time. It was hilarious and made for a really fun stream. Yeah, I mean, I get how people can have fun with shitty experiences. I'm assuming a shitty experience, a shitty level, or a level that's designed to piss them off. There we go. But I also feel like, especially the bigger you get, especially when it gets to like DGR levels of like, oh look, he likes it, then we have a whole subculture of people making the worst possible levels that are designed to be miserable. And that sucks. That's a suck. Sucky. Ouch. I wish we could scoot all those people over to Geometry Dash, where they belong. Oh, come on. The low ceiling. Low ceiling's mean, especially since it looks like I definitely need to kick off of that side. Also, not just be Timmy garbage. Needs to watch Dan's stream to learn what will make him sad, make a level for him, and clip it. I just did that while reading chat, just so everybody knows that was fucking gaming. That was some fucking gaming. You say skill issue? Bite your own dick off. I got skills to pay the bills when I want to. I do not want to pay this bill at all. There's not even a lineup for me. Come on. Are you kidding me? That's basically a Trump jump, right? Is that a Trump jump, or is the coin a little bigger than the spike so it's forgiving? It's gotta be more forgiving. That can't be as hard as I... Skill issue. Not a Trump. The coin's a little bigger than the spike. That's good. Thank God for that. That would have pissed me off if I was supposed to do that again. Oh. But that's still, Natalie, that makes that's a little better. But at the end of the day, that's that thing where, like, if you spend all of your time, I don't remember the exact quote, but you spend all your time pretending to be a dipshit, and laughing at dipshits, you will eventually find yourself surrounded by those dipshits, and you will not be pretending anymore. That will just be your life. That felt really blind. Yeah. I couldn't see where I was jumping off up there until I was already pretty committed. So I kind of wish that the structure here made me move the camera a little bit just to make sure I could see that. You should be able to create a situation that just forces the player to jump a little higher before they make their jump so that they can see what's coming. But that's one of those examples of camera control where I do think it's kind of important to pay attention to what the camera does. Don't make super hard levels. This is the 2% clear rate precision level, it looks like. That's pretty hard. But yeah, I'm glad it's not Trump stuff. I'm a Biden man. Oh, politics.
The Dow.
Oh, fuck off. Do any of your cats get on your desk and stare at you? Once in a while, Hot Dog will go in his little bed and he'll just look at me and be cute. But no, nobody ever puts a paw on my shoulder and it's like acts like they're communicating with. Crackers yells. Crackers screams when he wants something, but it's never clear what he wants because it's always treats. Mochi does that several times a day. That sounds very cute. I wish I could get some of that. Oh, Pud does this weird thing where he taps on me. He comes up on the side of my chair and he gives me a little tap. I think I posted a video of it on the Discord once. But he's so weird about asking for attention and it's so hard for him. Like, even when my allergies were worse before he was on the special food, I never ignored Pud or didn't pet him at all. I always had to wash my hands after, so he got less petting than everybody else. He's spoiled. He absolutely will not let me pet him with my foot. He does not suffer foot petting at all. He does not like the feet. He wants you to lay back and let him sleep on your chest. That sounds excellent. Yeah, no chesty boys. Crackers likes to go in my lap, but he's enormous. And he squirms a lot, and then he digs his claws in. So, like, I'll let him do it, but he usually makes one of us on. Eventually, he makes one of us on hand. It's actually easier to do consistently than it seemed like it was going to be. Yeah, sometimes older cats get really attention-seeky and want that kind of thing. I imagine being pet and being coddled and everything makes it easier to ignore arthritis and all the pains that older cats probably have. Oh, that's why my ears fucking hurt. My headphones were muted. I wasn't listening to anything, but they've been in for like 12 hours. My ears were starting to hurt, and I thought my glasses were tugging on them, but nope, my headphones have been in. But some older cats get really standoffish and hidey and just don't want to be around people anymore. I've known a lot of people who had cats like that. I've never had a cat like that, and I've always suspected that cats that get like that are like that because they've had to be independent, because people ignore them. Mochi is about 2 years old. Don't own a single top that doesn't have hoils. You don't own a single top that doesn't have hoils, huh? What the top is. I don't know what hoils are in the queer community. Outside of my holes. Don't think we own a single top that doesn't have holes. Oh, a single garment, like a single piece of clothing that doesn't have holes in it from the cat poking you. Yeah, I don't get too many holes ripped in things. I get my arms cut up pretty often though. I got one here, and I got one here and here, just pretty recent. That's so awkward. That's so awkward at that deep in the level. I really wish that was nicer to me. I keep skipping that first red coin. And I imagine they're required, aren't they? Let me lay on your face. Yeah, I never had a face cat. I used to have a cat that would let me wear him like a scarf. That was pretty cute. I would just walk around with him on my neck. I like that guy. Yeah, I think it said 1 CP. So I feel like I would be happier about 2 CP. Maybe around here. That would have been nice. Depending on how long it is. There we go. Okay. I know what you want me to do, but I feel like you could temper the esoteric knowledge requirement by just putting a thing in the right place there. Like, just put a fucking tile there. I know what you want me to do. But I wish you didn't want me to do it. Your grandma's cat has no tail. The car ran it over. They pee a lot if no tail. Weird. Weird. Movie time. Have fun with your movie. I knew a cat that somebody owned a long time ago. Cat's name was Link because she liked Zelda a lot. They had their urethra rerouted out their butt, so that cat peed out its ass, which was pretty funny. I don't remember the exact cause. Maybe it was bladder infection stuff or something, but yeah. Link peed out his ass. Which we all said constantly, because it was really funny. If the cat's still around, if I still knew the cat, I would constantly say pee is stored in the ass. Oh, I hate myself. There's a checkpoint after that section. That's good. Give it a couple of more shots here. Yeah, I think it is worth noting, too, that, like, the level of difficulty here, there's a 2% clear rate, at least what my viewer has. I think the viewer pulls it from Wazoolis, which sometimes can be a little out of date. I missed a coin. Of course I did. Oh, that optional coin at the beginning could end up being a real pisser if the player is dumb and blind like I am, and you grab the checkpoint, because then I assume you're fucked, right? No, you have to be able to... The red coins must be optional if there's a checkpoint, right? Because you had to be able to go get that coin from the checkpoint. Nothing is very hard when you know what to do. It's a 1.12. Yeah, avoiding surprising the player can be really tough. That's one of those things, too, that in some cases... I just noticed that pixel flipping on the top spike, and I really hate it. I really, really hate it. Ugh. I understand that it can be really difficult to not set up almost that exact experience for the player where it's impossible to know they won't see it coming because you got used to it. But I also think there are some times where you make deliberate choices of, like, setting up a level where you put a lot of time anxiety on the player with the rising lava, and then you create a situation where you blast them in the face with a fireball. But some people just want to eat shit. They get mad when you tell them not to eat shit. You say, don't eat all of your shit. If you eat too much shit, you will die. I can land on that wall and fall straight down, can't I? Oh, I wish that was clear. Oh, I wish it was clear under that spot so I could see. But Pixel Spikes explain the spike hitbox. Does it move? It would be so goddamn funny if the spike hitbox shifted by 1 pixel, like on alternate pump frames. It would feel like the most Nintendo possible thing for spikes to do. You need the red coins? Uh-oh. So then does that mean you key die at the checkpoint every time? Oh, what are you doing with the checkpoint then? Because how do you handle not having that red coin? Because when you do the level, you will have to go back for that coin, and you can't. Right? Yeah, I don't think you can. So you must have either a hidden key somewhere or a mechanism set up for it. Yeah, some people you can't get them to stop eating shit, and they'll keep eating shit, and they'll go to the hospital and they'll be like, if you don't stop eating shit, you're gonna die. Try to say, hey buddy, I'm trying to help. And they get mad and they say other people eat shit, eat tons of shit, and they don't die. They love eating shit and they're not gonna stop. You know? When did they die? Shit. Oh, I let go. Yeah, also another reason why it would be nice not to do that. He is used to get the checkpoint. Okay, well, that makes sense. Saves you the trouble of having to figure out something complicated. Well, I guess you do force the player to see that first red coin. They're going to see it the first time they make it here, which I'd say isn't perfect, but that at least isn't a deal breaker. I was a little worried about kind of autopiloting past that first coin and never noticing it. I often forget to let go of the joystick. Wait, you use the joystick? The D-pad! This is the good. You're doing levels like this on the stick? Are you playing on Joy-Cons too? Speaking of things that are similar to eating poop and defending it. Joy-Cons. An indicator for the wall jump? Is there? Oh yeah. I see the open block there. I just assumed that was nothing. I assumed I completely blinded it. It looked like a spike. It was yellow and it was next to spikes in a level where almost all of the ground tiles are covered in spikes. So it blended right in. Like I full on did not notice it at first. I ignored it. Maybe I paid attention to it after I saw the red coin that I missed and that was rattling around in there. I really wanted to get eye tracking working, specifically for stuff like that, so that we could like go watch the playback and see where my eyeballs went and be like, oh yeah, look, after the first time I made it up there, I saw the red coin, and then I immediately jumped up there. We'd be able to explain things that I otherwise couldn't understand if we could see that. But there is no eye tracking that works on giant TVs, and I'm not going to play Mario Maker on a tiny fucking monitor. Yeah, I know what I need to do there, but I wish I could drop straight down. I wish I could see that I could drop straight down. You know what I'm saying? I'll highlight it once we get there. I assume it's safe down there. Play with the Pro Controller. Well, a Pro Controller, yeah, you kind of have to play with the stick on the Pro Controller. The Pro Controller, I like a Pro Controller. I use a Pro Controller. I use a custom controller that's Pro Controller shaped for Smash. Yeah, I guess. I'm looking at it right now. It has, no, it doesn't have the original PCB. Doesn't have, oh, the stick PCB is original. Yeah, so it has the original sticks. D-pad PCB and everything else is, but the original sticks, I think. No, the stick PCB is replaced too. Yeah, because it does the lights on the bottom. I use a Pro Controller shaped controller for Smash. There's no Pro Controller left in it, but the Pro Controller is a decent hand feel controller. The D-pad is fucking terrible. The D-pad placement is not good, and the D-pad on the OEM Pro Controllers is just terrible. Seems crazy for Nintendo. You can see the whole next side when you go up in the cave. Yeah. But I'm not carefully mentally noting where the safe landing spot is, especially if it's on a spike. That better not be on a spike. Oh man. You could have put a crystal there. Okay. No, I think we're higher. There's the coin. It does look like it's safe. Yeah, I would say it looks like the crystals might be placed at random. Maybe not, but place one there. Maybe even place a coin. Let me get there again. We'll look. Okay, so now once we're up here, and we need to pay attention to the shaft that we're going to fall down, now I can't see what's safe. Which made me want to try to go left towards the red coin. But it looks like, from paying attention, that we can go from here to here, straight down. If that's the case, a little safety coin would be nice. A little safety coin, a little indicator for the player, so that you're not expecting them to play a little memory game, would have been really, really nice and gentle. It would be nice to communicate clearly, rather than expect the player to remember, or backtrack to see. Or you could give the player a little slope up there to see. Yeah, I bet you could let the player manipulate the camera there without really any effort at all. And like, if the difficulty is precision, I feel like you don't need to have a little memory game in there. Somebody with memory issues, that feels rude. Yeah, there is a certain type of person who responds to you not liking their level anymore with skill issue. I guess Twitch lets you mark people as suspicious. I just wish there was an easy way to, like, flag somebody as a dong. You know what? This guy's a dong. Remember that for next time. Remember next time this guy's a dong. Yeah, I think it's always worth, especially from playing so many troll levels, it's always worth considering revisions. If for no other reason than, eventually, like, 37 likes is not the end of the world, one way or the other. I understand people not wanting to lose it. But eventually, Mario Maker 2 will go down, and someone will download all the levels that are up there before that point, and no one, like, hey, the best version of this one is up there. I kept making revisions till it was great. I don't know. I like that. I like that concept. That when somebody's playing through them on Pretendo 2. Boy, that'll be real annoying if we're ever looking back and it's like, well, I can't edit it now. Well, and there's some level of like, oh, I don't know, I like it this way. That's acceptable to a point. I don't think other streamers liked it as ever. That's one of those defensive, like, deflections where people are just trying to shut down criticism. That really tips your hand of, like, what do you call that? Rejection sensitive, fragility or something, where, like, it feels so bad to you, that you start to kind of panic and you not just need to explain, but you feel personally attacked and hurt. Inside because somebody is, not even that somebody doesn't like it, but somebody is explaining to you why, which makes you squirm and makes you feel bad, and that's bad. That's real bad for you. And there's lots of reasons why other streamers would have not offered criticism, blah, blah, blah. But there's a certain level of, well, I like it this way. Well, I want the level to have a trump jump. Well, I want the level to have a really quick death. I want it to be this hard from the start. And I recognize that, like, not every level is supposed to be traditional or playable for every single person, or fun for every single person, but there's also it's always flexible. That's what it boils down to. There's always a good deal of flex in every direction. But the easiest thing you should be looking for is for everybody to be having, for people who would enjoy levels like yours, to have a good time playing your level. And there's almost nothing I don't enjoy. So that always frustrates me when somebody's like, no, I want it to be shitty. Like, if you want to have a sniper thwomp in your level, or that kind of shit, let me introduce you to the troll community, bud. I have this guide you can read that some awesome people put a lot of work into, and there's a huge community of people who want to teach you how to do sniper thwomps better. I really wish we could do light edits after they were uploaded. It'd be really cool if we could edit background stuff or place, like, well, I guess you could place creator comments, but nobody can ever really see those. Well, and there's some good as the enemy of the perfect too, but there's also some like you really want to resist. I don't want to re-upload it because it's too hard, and you really want to resist. I don't want to re-upload it because I don't want to lose the likes or whatever. Because I mean, one, if you really don't want to lose the likes, just upload it twice. Like you should always, always, always be making a copy and then uploading the copy, so that if the level is taken down for any reason, you don't have to recreate it block by block. Okay. Ew. I kind of wish people just wouldn't upload hot garbage in general. I know that's not a fight I'm ever gonna win. Oh! Yeah, an indicator there would be really nice. I should have just let off, and I continued to touch. One more shot. Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, that's probably why you didn't have a second checkpoint, is because you wanted to do the red coins as the checkpoint setup, as like a necessary component for the checkpoint. Oh no, actually, I guess you could put a red coin earlier and then have the key check a little earlier and then space a little differently. I wish I had a checkpoint before this point, and even at my skill level, I would be significantly more likely to stick to it if I had a checkpoint. People lock in when they get there. So especially if you don't have an aversion to them generally, trying to find a way to use them as much as you can, to space them out as best you can improve player retention. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess you can't do 2 red coin sections, but you could do a key collection section as the second thing. You'd still have 3 more locked doors. You could force the player to get 3 more keys from that checkpoint, and that should work without any jank on upload too. I believe we haven't died there even once. Yeah. Yeah, a coin would be helpful. If you don't want to do a coin, you could use a crystal or background object that would make it at least visually a little easier to tell or feel like an indicator, but a coin I think is always the clearest indicator, or an open P block or whatever. Or just having it be raised up a little so it's visible. Yeah, troll levels stick to, yeah, coin trail. If you're not averse to coin trails, that's also very nice. Some people have a strong aversion to it. I don't think they're inherently bad, but I recognize that a lot of people don't. I think troll levels have really good guidance on checkpointing just through experience. The general recommendation is 30 to 60 seconds. It works really well for minimizing player frustration, because the player having to repeat more than 60 seconds of a level over and over again can get really tedious. Esports. Esports. And that obviously will vary based on how fast you're going. But you doing the level at a good clip, successfully, shot to shot, especially if it's more difficult, the more frequently you have the checkpoints, the easier it is to make progress, to feel like you're making meaningful progress, and to want to keep grinding it out. And the thing that really flipped me around on that, and we talked about it multiple times tonight, but Celeste, basically being a room at a time, I feel like is the perfect thing that tricked a lot of people into playing a really hard game. And getting really good at hard stuff they might not have played otherwise if it wasn't so gentle in the way it lets you make progress. People like to use coin trails as a troll. Oh, like in the Timmy level, that's like giving you a coin trail into just like a Kaizo locked pit or whatever, a death lock pit or soft lock pit. I guess I don't play enough Endless to see it. Yeah. We did 1,000 Endless normals to unlock the Phanto hoodie, and then I never ever went back to Endless normal. Don't do too much Endless because it's so sad. Okay, one more where we get to that point, and then I'm wrapping it up. I gotta piss pretty bad. Really gotta piss Pretty hungry. Getting pretty late. I said I would be done before 9. No. 1,000 normal in real life? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I had to do it. I was there. It felt like I was doing it. Ping me. Do, 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 do. Oh, they said I'd hear back today. I don't think I got an email at any point either. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Might just be slow. It did seem a little unprofessional. Yeah, I did not hear back. Fuckers. Had a second interview last week, and I was told I would hear back sometime this week. So they'll probably send me a fuck off on Monday. Okay. Do this. Oh, fuck. I stuck to the wall. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind an extra ground tile up there, and I think it would make it clear to people who might otherwise be confused. Take a look at the rest of it in the viewer and see what more was left. But yeah, copies can help too, so you don't have to unupload it, but you can upload a corrected or revised version. That's a little better. Oh yeah, it is getting it from there. Okay, let me pull it up for you. Yeah, so Wazoolis I don't think updates that fast or often. But yeah, Wazoolis believes that it's 2% clear rate, and that's what my little thing is too. So it's an estimate. It's some kind of estimate, but it might be out of date. So that's useful information. But yeah, so we made it to here. Almost. Yeah, I think putting a ground tile here would just be good. Would just be good. I think most people probably know, well, I don't know if everybody knows that there's hard tiles above. So for somebody, most people who would be playing a precision level would probably know, right? They would probably have an idea of how that works. But somebody who's just playing hard levels, they might not know, and it might feel like a really weird Trump jump where they're supposed to grab this wall and like try to drift left and twirl. It'd feel pretty bad to be that guy. And you could fix that with just a ground tile here. Wouldn't significantly change the experience either. And we're just doing a little fall. Oh, God. Probably little Z hops onto the edges. Yeah, it looks like there's always room for us to be on the edge. Oh, this one looks rough. Oh, I wish I could read camera stuff blind like this. I wish I could tell how rough that is, but that does look like a really rough jump or really rough slide off. Probably duck, jump, and then twirl onto the next ledge here. We just pop off, pop off, pop off, come to the key door, get the checkpoint. No block. Yeah, I like these, I don't know exactly what you call it, but these little underhang style platforming sections where you're proceeding up, under, an overhang like that is always a really interesting concept. Rain World did a really cool section like that in the leg, Silksong had a really cool section like that too, where you were just kind of platforming under something like that. It's always neat. This reminds me of those setups. Then we go back up top, short little platforming segment, and then we fall down for a P-switch here. Time pressure without any explanation for where you're rushing to always feels bad, but at the very least, it looks like a relatively simple platforming section. Does this spike need to be here? Why does it jut out here, but we can't land there? That feels rude. Okay. Not like you're gonna accidentally land that. We go through there. That probably feels like a good point for a second checkpoint, if nothing else. Wouldn't hurt. Oh, we're so close to the end at that point. And then just a little bit more pretty light platforming at the end there. Yeah, very cute. Yeah, very cute. Nothing crazy at all. Yeah, you know, it's hard to show the player a P-switch door that they're rushing towards without building kind of a maze to work around to. And the platforming looks pretty gentle, but it's always nice to know in a high difficulty level what the race against time looks like. And even if it's something really stupid, right? Like you Like you drop all this down 2 tiles so that you can have a dribbler. So that you can have a pipe exit right here. And then the player runs above all of this and sees what they're looking at. So they get to see this whole thing that they're going to, and then they drop down on the P switch, and then they know, okay, now I know. It's not perfect, but it's always nice. It's really, really nice to feel like you got to see where you're going. Yeah, not too long. Not too long. Doesn't go too crazy on it. Oh, let's do 1 versus real quick here. Yeah, if you really want to see me complete it, you're welcome to bring it back. I'll be doing viewer levels again on Wednesday. Yeah, tough. Tough, but not bad. 1% clear rate. It wouldn't surprise me if it falls a little under 1%. But at least from what we were seeing, I would say it probably would settle around there. Right around 1%. It would surprise me if it fell under 50%. And I think that's a really perfect comparison to that level we looked at right before that. I'm sure that guy's gone now. But, yeah. Yeah, a traditional level that somehow slipped under a 0.5% clear rate. That's one of those things that should really feel like a panic for you. Like a total failure in your level. Like, oh man, this must be a lot harder than I think. I wonder if I can fix this. And even in some of the levels I've liked, I've gone back and I've retouched it for specifically that reason. Because the clear rate just did not make sense for what was in my head. Dude, I hate this. I hate 4 lanes. But it's not laggy. And it looks like it's not just a tiny shaft. Oh, it's a fucking tiny shaft. It's a tiny shaft oriented vertically. I don't like wish magic was real or think it is real or think ghosts should be real or are real or anything. But like, if I could just have the power through, let's say, quantum entanglement to give people cancer in their balls, I would use it on people who make levels like this. I would try to clean up the gene pool by removing people who make these levels. In just 1 generation, there would be so few. That is much slower than running. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, was it a race to die? That's cute. But that's not. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a cute conclusion. But it could have been anything else. Oh, God. What the fuck?
Nice work.
This is way too much shit at the end of a versus level. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean. Okay, little music level for Weenie Hut over there. Joaquin. Yeah, okay. There were some cute things that they did, all in service to making a bad level, bad concept. God, I hate multiplayer versus levels. I love multiplayer, but I want to play traditional levels in multiplayer. I like that Chain Chomp shirt. Not as much as I like the Panto hoodie. Was who throws boomerang faster? Like a quick draw thing? That is a gimmicky thing that I could see being funny, but I'm certain I would get mad at that. Aw, I always want to just change the tags. to see what the music level looks like. Yeah, quick draw thing I could see being really funny. But now my perspective is always, but... Wait, where's the Bob-omb? I didn't see a Bob-omb load in. Oh, there it goes. But then my concern is always, what if people only made that? What if it turned into just that? But little gimmicky mini games like that would be really fun. For a while, people kept making weird Smash Bros. Ones in 3D World with the hammer. And it was awkward. But generally pretty entertaining to see the weird little arenas people would build. I guess if the gimmick was lent itself to creativity and not this type of thing, and was not made significantly worse by frequent lag, having a lot of something wouldn't necessarily be bad. We have a lot of traditional levels, and it's not a bad thing. Yeah, these little tiny lanes, these little tiny one-lane experiences, I'm so tired of. You could almost do something nice with this, too. You could do a high-flow speedrun thing that resets you if you fall out of flow. If you fall out of the flow, if you fall off of the rhythm. You win. Damn, I was hoping there was like a little like rehash of the level. Like not necessarily a challenge for the player because that would suck ass, but a little rehash of something, not this. Yeah, 2 versus 2 would be really fun if we had a mode. If we had a mode for 2 versus 2, I honestly might like that more than 1 versus 1. 4 for all. If we had a 1 versus 1 mode, I would almost exclusively play that, though. I think that would be really fun. Oh, they could do some really cool shit. What if, okay, it might end up being a crapshoot or something that just turns into Mario always wins. I want to do it. Player 1 always wins, but what if one player started at the beginning of the level, and one player started at the end of the level, and the goal was for both to reach the other side, so you could try to race ahead, or based on what you know from playing the first half, you could try to just stop them, you could try to kill them before you race ahead. But something like that, that used levels that already existed, to force an interaction in the middle with the players, and force a decision there could be really, really fun. But I don't know how, I don't think Nintendo would even be capable of, like, detecting what would make that not work. But it could be really, really fun if they ever got good at anything. I'm gonna do one. Oh, I really have to pee. I want to do one more. I want to do one more and I want to not suck, but it's just going to make me even angrier probably. But if they could figure out a way to detect if a level was completable in both directions. Oh, okay. By forcing players to complete it backwards sometimes. You could have an endless mode where players do it backwards. Endless spellness. What's endless backwards? Having a kill a player clear condition, that would be really fun too. Spellness. Backwards endless, where you do the levels from finish to start. And if the levels get good scores played backwards to forwards, it would create a situation where players would want to create levels that could be played backwards that were fun to play backwards, where it was maybe harder backwards and easier forwards. Yeah, and then you could use that as feedstock for your 1 versus 1 conflict meet in the middle mode. Good luck, I'm Toad. Hello, Toad.
Nick has started following.
Follow?
Thank you.
But I really hate the 4 lanes. I want to do this thing where we interact with each other in multiplayer. And I don't want to do a little bit of lag while we do these weird little twists. It's not fun. I hate it. I hate it more than anything. I'd play so much more multiplayer if this wasn't a component of it. God, really? Really? Yeah, these little tiny platform experiences. Essentially, what you're getting here is it's a lot like doing a ninja run, except it lags very badly. So imagine if you were doing a ninja level, or you were doing like a ghost race in Mario Kart, but it lags really bad, and it drops your inputs randomly, and it just doesn't work good. No one would play that, and if that was like the primary gameplay experience for something, you would return it. You would be like, this is the worst thing ever. So it's crazy that Nintendo has continued to get a pass for this. Kind of crazy that we all keep doing it, too. Yeah, I'm praying for those decent levels with Switch 2 players. Where, we get to interact with each other. Rather than doing these shitty, slow, crappy platforming experiences. It's not fun. Oh my god, that ends with a button mash check. Oh, with a soft lock in it too. Yeah, good job, Fred. Just such sad experiences.
Teamwork.
There he is.
Oh no. Thanks.
Yeah, laggy 4-lane. That's another reason why 1 versus 1 would have been such a nice thing to introduce. Because the lag is better in 1v1, right? The lag generally tends to be better in 1v1. Oh, 7K, but D ranked my main. Why? You have multiple Mario Maker accounts so that you can what, Smurf with the other ones? Why would you have a main and a sub on Mario Maker? Rough. Usual. Yeah, I've never understood that weird competitive teabag thing. Experimenting with the new mods for Smash. It was really funny how often with like fresh characters I would run into like obvious competitive players who were teabagging down, and then they would SD after pulling 2 stocks. They would just pull 2 stocks and then SD so they don't win, so they could continue to sandbag, and it's just baffling to me that anyone is that invested in having those types of matches. At least in Smash, you're sandbagging so that you can play lower skilled players. It's so weird to do that. It's so weird to do that, or for content. But I would imagine there aren't that many people making like 0 to fucking. Oh, this is gonna suck. Yep. Oh, it's auto. Oh, that's gonna get it. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm done for.
Oh, I think we saw the edge of that bank. I think we might have been able to jump over that one and cheese it out a little bit. Can't be until you win. The worst of challenges. Eventually, I will just pee. That was tagged multiplayer versus? It was an auto level. Yeah, why would you, Erdmic Jr., why would you D-rank? Why would you intentionally D-rank? What does that offer to you? My assumption is degeneracy. Is so that you can play lower skilled players, but that doesn't make any sense. So maybe you just mean, you said, but D-ranked my main. So I feel like you probably did that on purpose. Oh yeah, do the 3 out of 4. Let's do the 3 for all. For what benefit does that offer you? Oh, don't drop me. Come on. Dog noises again? But no button? There it is. Ooh, a bunch fell. We're stagnated and you wanted a change. What does that mean? Oh god, it's an auto-scroller!
I'm done for.
What does that sweat, mean? Why is there sweat on Luigi? Is the sweat a push response to the, auto-scroll squish? That we don't see except for in multiplayer? Blindfolded run next life. I thought it was Toad. Need some water. I just want to see me sad. Oh god. Okay, blindfolded. And drinking water. Okay, I died. You're against the scroll. That's funny. It's funny that we just don't see that. Oops. I drank the water. And I blindfolded. And we're still here. Oh my, this is so miserable. Oh, at least it's not laggy. Yeah, I probably do need duck jumps. Yeah, spin jump doesn't get it. Gosh, what an annoying thing. I wonder if it was tagged for multiplayer. Oh, Toadette. Toad made it out of the hole. What the fuck? What a sweaty turd of a level this is. Yeah, this is multiplayer and I'm unhappy. Yeah, I would like multiplayer versus a lot more. If there was a way to not suffer experiences like this, if you could just take the hit. If I could just take the hit, I guess you can always quit. You can always quit and take the hit. I really wish there was just a nice way to skip to another match really quickly. Esports? Let's give up or wait 300 seconds. There we go.
Oh no!
I think if you leave, it doesn't show up in played courses, does it? Oh no, it does. Is that the one? Grab a screenshot of the level code in case it's not. I think that was the one. 6-1. Yeah, that was the one. They tagged it for multiplayer versus also. God, what a dong. Only 2 likes. What? There's another anti-like for you. How many people have been subjected to that? That's from 2025. Okay. That was probably the first multiplayer versus match I ever saw. Get that the fuck out of there. Single player. And art. Fucker. Yeah, I just want to play levels. I just want to play Mario Maker levels. Like, I want to play traditional Mario levels with other people. With other people where we can interact with each other. Yeah, someone might have just changed it too. Although this makes me feel like they wanted it to be multiplayer versus. Boy, those are some choices. I do not give a shit about the true ending. I kind of want to know, but not really. Yeah, and that's one of those levels, that's kind of a perfect example. It really wasn't that bad at all to do in single player, and the awfulness of the multiplayer experience ends up making it terrible. And you could almost do something different with that, right? Like, so let's say we have a 4-lane level like that. They could almost find a way to tag, like, let me see, maybe that the clear rate is worse when players can interact, or when the latency, they should be able to detect latency. Nintendo should be able to build a way to detect latency. When consoles desync, they could log it. And if you're seeing the clear rate go down when the latency is bad, when there's lots of lag, then transition the level from regular multiplayer versus to like ninja style, or to where all the players are ghosts. So you can see each other, but you can't interact. And then if you're racing each other in a 4-lane, it never really matters. You just give it to the person who gets the world record, the fastest time, rather than giving it to the person who did the lag the best, and then you don't have to have lag anymore. Like, you could have a way to just ignore other players. I don't think the game gives you any warning that other... Yeah, I think it might give you a notification when other people change your tags. Maybe? Maybe not. Do I have my tags locked? Oh my god, I really have to pee and go. It's very late. Art and single player. Sounds correct. Themed and technical. My tags locked. I can choose tags. Settings. Yeah, I know there's an option for it. I don't know if they tell you or not. I do not remember. I have to pee super bad. We will be back Wednesday to yell at some more Mario Maker. You guys have a good weekend. I'm out here. No more hot dog. I don't know where he went. I think Heidi stole him. I gotta pee. Bye.